Okay. All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, October 15th, 2024 Lawrence City Commission meeting. And now I will go ahead and have Sherry give us the rundown.
Good evening, everyone. Please silence your cell phones to minimize distractions during the meeting. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Virtual participants should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. When prompted, select Join as Panelist. There will be a brief delay as your role changes. Once your name is called, please unmute and turn on your camera to provide your comments. Please state your name and zip code before speaking. The city reserves the right to turn videos off or mute participants. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The primary format for accessing or participating in this meeting is in person at City Hall. Virtual access to view or participate in the meeting cannot be guaranteed. The chat function will not be monitored. If you have any trouble, the meeting can be viewed on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Sherry. All right, to go ahead and get us started off, Item A, approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting.
Move to approve the agenda.
Second.
Have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, passes 5-0. Item B, recognition, proclamation, and presentation. Proclaim Thursday, October 24th, 2024 as World Polio Day. And I believe that we have Janice Bunker here to speak to that.
I didn't realize I was going to speak. I'm Janice Bunker with the Lawrence Central Rotary Club. Rotary is one of the initial members of the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, the only non-government member of that initiative. And since that's been going on, approximately 3 million children did not get polio. We are now down to 2 endemic countries, Pakistan and Afghanistan, and we're getting really close. So we appreciate the recognition of World Polio Day by the city because it's drawing awareness to this issue, and vaccinations will make it happen. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Whereas the Rotary International, founded on February 23rd, 1905 in Chicago, Illinois, USA, is the world's first and one of the largest nonprofit service organizations, and whereas Rotary is a global network consisting of over 1.4 million members in more than 46,000 clubs in 221 countries and geographical areas who unite as neighbors, friends, leaders, problem solvers to take action and create lasting change in communities across the globe. And whereas to date, Rotary has contributed more than $2.6 billion in countless volunteer hours to protecting over 3 billion children in 122 countries, and whereas Rotary is working to raise an additional $50 million a year, which would be leveraged for maximum impact by an additional $100 million annually from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and whereas there are 122 members of the Lawrence Rotary Club, 85 members of the Jayhawk Breakfast Rotary Club, and 45 members of the Lawrence Central Rotary Club who sponsor service projects to address such critical issues as poverty, disease, hunger, illiteracy, and the environment in our local community and abroad. And whereas Lawrence Rotarians have committed their time, talent, and treasure to continue the support of Polio Plus until polio is finally eradicated from the earth. Now, therefore, I, Bart Littlejohn, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim Thursday, October 24, 2024 as World Polio Day and encourage all citizens to participate in this observance. All right, looks like our next one, thank you, is proclaim Thursday, October 17th, 2024 as Imagine a Day Without Water. And Stephen Craig.
Hello, Mayor and Commissioner. My name is Stephen Craig. I'm the Treatment Division Manager for the City of Lawrence. With me is Nick Carruthers. He is the water treatment manager. We are honored to be here today for this proclamation. Imagine a Day Without Water is a nationwide day of education and advocacy about the value of water. It is the responsibility of the Municipal Services and Operations Department to operate and maintain 2 water treatment plants, 2 wastewater treatment plants, along with the distribution and collection systems and our environmental laboratories. It takes a considerable effort, energy, and resources to constantly treat and deliver safe drinking water and to collect and treat wastewater. It is our job for the community to not have to think about the importance of what we do by having a constant and reliable service when they turn the tap on, run the dishwasher, or take a shower. This is unfortunately not the case today in many parts of the Southeast, like Asheville, North Carolina, where communities are lacking access to clean and safe drinking water due to the devastation of Hurricane Helene in that region. I would like to thank our staff for their dedication and hard work for this critical service that must be delivered 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And again, thank you to the Commission for the proclamation.
Thank you. Whereas October 17th, 2024 has been declared as Imagine a Day Without Water, a national day of action that raises awareness about and appreciation for our most essential resource, encouraging all to highlight the critical importance of reliable access to safe and clean water in our lives. And whereas an estimated 2 million Americans are living without access to adequate drinking water and sanitation, recognizing the real value of water in our lives can help make sure that everyone in our community and all Americans have a healthy water future. And whereas variations in weather patterns and impacts of climate change are causing widespread drought and flooding conditions in regions throughout the United States, putting an increased pressure on ill-equipped and unprepared water systems. And whereas water supply access is an ongoing issue across the western United States, including water resources in the state of Kansas, like the Kansas River, a vital source of water impacted by pollution, reservoir sedimentation, flood control, and harmful blue-green algae affecting public water suppliers and recreation. And whereas investing in our community's drinking water and wastewater systems with improvements to infrastructure will secure a more resilient future to protect this valuable resource for future generations with equitable water access for all. And whereas the City of Lawrence recognizes that water access is essential to the quality of life of all individuals and acknowledges the importance of educating the public about the value of water and the importance of our vital water infrastructure. Now, therefore, I, Bart Littlejohn, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim October 17th, 2024 as Imagine a Day Without Water and encourage residents of Lawrence, Kansas to actively learn about community water infrastructure and use our voices both online and in person to share why water is essential and valuable and in need of more investment to ensure its equitable access across the entire nation. All right. Thank you. And the third one is proclaim the month of October 2024 as National Arts and Humanities Month. Order. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Marlo Angel. I am on the Lawrence Cultural Arts Commission and the Lawrence Arts Center. And I would love to honor this month with this theme of the National Arts and Humanities Month as the arts within you, emphasizing the role of the arts in aspiring active participation for positive change and building an inclusive society. The arts help individuals navigate our changing world by offering creativity and expression, a means to process emotions and thoughts, therapeutic benefits, reducing stress and promoting mental well-being, connection and reflection, fostering emotional bonds and offering comfort, perspective and empathy, broadening understanding of diverse experiences, and finally, resilience, building adaptability, hope, and strength in challenging times. The arts also strengthen our economy, unify our community, strengthen health and well-being, drive tourism, spark creativity and innovation, engage our children, and help keep our city unmistakable. I would love to challenge everybody here today. We have 2 more weeks left of October to really make the arts within all of us. Go see that show you've been putting off to see at Theater Lawrence. Go see the comedy event at Liberty Hall. Stroll through the galleries of the Lawrence Arts Center. Take a class and really have the arts within you, because I know we're all busy and in our lives, there's lots of distractions and stressors. The minute you have art in your heart, you immediately have an uplifting experience and it changes your perspective on the world. Lawrence is the arts capital of Kansas, and so we should all celebrate that. It is one of the most economic returns on investments that you can have. Dollars come into us, and we immediately turn it around. You get double your investment. We get local businesses supported. We get our contract artists paid, and it really is a wonderful thing for the Lawrence community. So I'm honored to stand with Porter Arneal and Luis Ruiz here from the Parks and Rec Department, and with all of you here today to accept this beautiful proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Whereas the month of October has been recognized as the National Arts and Humanities Month by thousands of arts and cultural organizations, communities, and states across the country, as well as the White House and the Congress for more than 2 decades. And whereas Lawrence is renowned for its unmistakable identity, which includes a vibrant arts and cultural ecosystem, and whereas the arts and humanities enhance and enrich the lives of every American, and whereas the arts and humanities embody much of the accumulated wisdom, intellect, and imagination of humankind, and whereas the arts and humanities play a unique role in the lives of our families, our communities, and our country. Now, therefore, I, Bart Littlejohn, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2024 as National Arts and Humanities Month, and call upon our community to celebrate and promote arts and culture and to encourage greater participation for the arts and humanities in Lawrence. Thank you. Okay, I'll go ahead and let folks go ahead and leave if they need to. Okay. And I will say, if we could go ahead and keep the side talking in the room to a minimum. The acoustics in here are pretty interesting, so we can kind of hear pretty much every corner of this room. So, especially when others are talking, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Item C, consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may be removed for items, or members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Would any of the commission like to remove an item? All right. It looks like we have a quasi-judicial. Would any of the public like to remove the quasi-judicial here in the room? Not seeing any. Sherry, any online?
No, Mayor.
Okay, bringing it back to us.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. All right. Item 1 of the regular agenda. Consider authorizing the city manager to execute supplement number 1 to the engineering services agreement with SFS Architecture Incorporated in the amount of $545,165 for the Outdoor Aquatic Center Major Renovation Project PR1-00020.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Luis Ruiz, Director of Parks, Recreation, Art and Culture Department. We're here today to follow up on our August 13th commission meeting with an update on the pool and look for awarding of the contract to move forward with design. Today's agenda for the presentation is we're going to talk about going back a little bit about the project priorities, community engagement that the city worked through with our design team, approved a preferred concept, responses to the August 13th commission meeting, questions, next steps, and then, of course, we'll open it up for questions. This project started, I think it started taking shape back in March. And at that time, there were some priorities that were put in place in order to move the project forward, in order to communicate that to our design team. Of those 7 priorities, one of them, the most important really, was to stay within the budget, because everything else fell after that. So what we wanted to do with the project was to evaluate existing conditions, which we have done through pre-design, address maintenance concerns, which the proposed plans, design concepts would do that. Address structural concerns, which also are exist, and we've talked about that in previous meetings. We wanted to consider new amenities and programs based on the public's feedback. And we wanted, one of the things that we wanted to do was also expand access, both by hours and by time period, days, with a splash pad, and try to incorporate that into there. All of these things were going to be looked at a lens of public engagement and community, and engaging with the community. And I just, Sherry, just in case, we do have members of the design team that should be online, Jeff Bartley and Clay, in case we need to jump to him for any questions that I may not be able to answer. All right, so covering public engagement. We had 3 public meetings, which were advertised through our normal means, and we had a total of 48 participants. Obviously, the more participants we have, the better. That was, that was a good number to get some of these starting questions off. What were the desires? What were the needs? What was the wish list of amenities and changes that they would like to see within the pool? We had 2 pop-up meetings as well at the Indoor and Outdoor Aquatic Center. We had 9 focus groups, 5 of them with swim teams. We had youth camps. We met with the NAACP, Independence Incorporated, to speak about any ADA concerns and accessibility. And we also met with Haskell Indian Nation University. Then we also presented to the advisory board the recommendations of the concepts to our Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. And then we've done 2 city commission meetings updating and asking for action and a decision on the preferred concept. That was in person. Online engagement, we had 3 opinion surveys, which had 3,307 respondents among that time. Those were open for approximately 15 weeks. We had 3 of those open for 2 weeks prior to and 3 weeks after our public sessions, so that we can gain some more insight on what the public wanted to share with us. The goal of the entire engagement process was to find out what the top desired aquatic features were, if we were to propose them, what the desired aquatic spaces would be, and also desired programs, lap swimming, fitness class, swim team, etc. And then we also had some open-ended questions which allowed for the public to comment outside of the multiple choice, if you will. We also used Facebook as communications means, and we had 75 comments and 13 shares. And it's important to state that the public engagement began about April 20th, and it ran through August. So just for an example of some of the questions that were open-ended, I wanted to make sure that we were capturing the sentiment outside of, again, proposed features that are either popular across the country and aquatic centers. So what is the sentiment outside of these preformed questions? So we're trying to gauge that. Now, this is an example of an analysis that we did to some of those open-ended questions to find out what the sentiment was. A lot of these things clash with our priorities. Some larger facility, additional facility, we had a $6.1 million budget. So this is where, we had a wish list. What would your ideal pool be if we were going to change features? But then we have to kind of hone it back and look at the priorities again. Does this meet any or all of our priorities, or does it conflict? So as we look down the row, I mean, there are many that, that talk about exactly what we're doing. We need modernization. We need better programming. There are things that we can address that doesn't have to do with the structure of the pool, cost of admission.
Excuse me, Luis, can you pause for just a second? I know that some folks walked in here after I kind of said something about this earlier, but if we could hold off on all side conversations while, Luis is presenting or anybody else is presenting, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you very much. We can kind of hear pretty much everything, especially in the back of the room, so.
So again, there were some qualitative and some quantitative questions that responses that we got. Again, longer hours or season, that we can do with the existing pools. Some of these things are more for our information on how we want to proceed. Other things were structural or some desires. Include a lazy river. Some do not support the project. Now, I want to mention that out of 3,000 surveys or 3,000 respondents, these numbers are not huge, but we still wanted to get a sentiment. And the important part is that we hear, but we cannot obviously respond to everything within the improvement of the project. So we had another question. If you don't use the Outdoor Aquatic Center, what is it that would entice you to come back? So again, more hours, some things operational. Larger facility, it conflicts with our budget. We had a very, a budget that was created a few years ago and it keeps escalating, so we want to make sure that we stayed within that. Have a lazy river, modernize it, more kid areas. So we, again, not that this is a huge sample of the respondents, but we were trying to take all of this input back to the design team to come up with a concept that fit most of these according to our priorities. So these are just a couple of examples. So after that, in August 13th, after we went through the community engagement that included the option for 4 different options that included some of the features that came up to the top of the list, we presented 4 options. We narrowed it down to 1 with your input. And then we presented 3 options on August 13th that, again, included what the community wanted, knowing very well that within the budget, that was going to impact certainly square footage of the water surface. So we also, at the time, provided 2 other options, one that got us pretty close to that 19,000 square feet or so. So it expanded the lazy river, it made a bigger pool. So we were giving some options at the time, very well understanding that we had the $6.1 million constraint, but we wanted to put out there so that it's known we didn't ignore. Somebody wanted more water, they wanted the kids to be able to enjoy more of the surface. So we considered that as we went through this process and presented to you. So of those 3, you can see at the bottom here that one stated, that we have 3,000 less feet. Another one was 1,500, and the other one was matching the existing. So our attempt was to provide options for us to be able to make decisions based on what we heard from the community, but also keeping those priorities in place. Of those concepts, the preferred one was option number 1. Okay, again, talking about, and this is a screenshot of the slide that we used that day, that talked about what the square footage is of the water surface and stating that we would have 3,000 square feet less of water surface. And this is what the commission decided to move forward with 3 alternatives, right? Bid alternatives based on the pricing once we went out to contract. Those were, if we bid it out, let's do a bid alternate for a longer lazy river, add some additional shade structure, and add a second slide. So those were the requests for us when we went to contract to have as bid alternates. So based on that concept, this was a $6.1 million budget that we were talking about. Aquatics, that means the pool itself, the filter system, the pumping systems, and the decking and some of the other structural improvements that needed to be made, 4.36. Building renovation, and building renovation does include the bathhouse, which are the locker rooms, the restrooms, as well as the admission and entry area. So there would be some modifications to that as well. So with soft costs going into that, we're just roughly under 6.1 million, which again was our budget that we were striving for. So one of the After that meeting, there were some questions regarding different alternatives to just going with this. And I'm going to pull up those notes because I want to make sure that I'm captured correctly on how we responded to these questions. So Commissioner Finkeldei asked if we had any concern from the swim teams and adding a 50, and reducing the 50-meter lap lanes to 25 meters. And what I responded was that replacing it with a 50-meter would add a lot of money to the budget, and we would likely not be within budget if we were to replace it with that. And I also stated that this had not been priced out, but that there is a cost for replacing the 50-meter existing with another 50-meter. And that is a true statement. Then a little bit later, Commissioner Devers asked, well, does anyone ask what it would cost to rehabilitate the existing pool? Did they ever come up with a budget for that? Jeff Bartley, who is our engineering consultant coming up with pricing, he said, we did not, but it would be significantly more. It's a 19,000 square foot facility. It would, in order to redo the pool, you're probably looking at $15 to $20 million to replace the pool as is, 19,000 square feet. And then Commissioner Dever asked, is that to duplicate it? The answer was yes, to duplicate the pool, it'd be $15 to $20 million. So I just want to state that that's still the true statement. And then Commissioner Dever asked, what would it cost if it was to make it last another 10 years? And Mr. Bartley said that we had not gone down that path. That was not one of the options at the time, but that we would look into it and come back with some numbers based on that. The other thing that was asked that day, and I'll show you here in a minute, was about testing of the piping, the underground piping. We were making some assumptions, and that has been done. But based on the question about what it would cost to rehabilitate the pool to the point where it may last another 10, 20 years, that's what we asked our consultants to do, and that's what they've been doing over the last several weeks, is coming up with what would it cost. There are parts, and what they came up with, and I'll just run this down, is $360,000 for the pool itself. The building renovation stays the same. We didn't change anything on that. Now, what we did is, so that brings it to $4.16 million. Since the add alternates, and these are optional on here, were another slide, more additional shade, this allows us to do that if we keep the same existing pool from 1995. So we, in essence, save between $300,000 and $600,000 depending on what type of amenities we add into a bid if we were to recreate the pool as is. And again, taking into account those bid alternates, which we can take advantage of now if the cost of replacing the pool like for like is less than what we had proposed with the preferred concept. So we did the piping test, and we passed. We did both the scoping, we did the pressure test, and everything is intact. It's important to note, and I put a note down here, that even with a rejuvenation, renovation, replacement, there are parts of the pool, the decking, and all the subsystems that will have to go. And that is highlighted or outlined here in red. There will still be some decking done all around the area, but this area that is outlined in red here is sinking. It does have structural deficits that need to be addressed, and at that time, they will address some of the piping, and those will be new pipes when that is said and done, whether it's the existing concept or the new concept, or the existing plan or the new concept, and that will keep the deeper part of the basin in. It will repair some of that in either of these concepts, whether we move forward with one or the other. It will make some repairs that will extend the life a little bit, but we will still have to be servicing that area because it is existing. It won't be a full replacement. Full replacement, again, going back to that $15 to $20 million. Renovating, repairing, and replacing those components that are required, that's where we're looking at the $300,000 to $600,000 savings from the preferred concept. One of the things with preferred concept is that it would segregate the two areas. So you would have a new section, and we have an old section that we can continue to deal with. In both cases, they are repairing, but they're not replacing as they would in if we redid the whole thing. So, so here's the timeline. What we're asking for today is for an approval to move forward to contract for design, which would be today. Final design then would go October 2024 through April 2025. We'd submit permits and bidding April to July of 2025. Construction, as planned right now, would be midsummer 2025 through midsummer 2026, so that we have the early part of the summer in 2025 with the pool season and the latter part of 2026 summer for enjoyment of the new pool. And then the grand opening again in summer 2026. So this is the plan as outlined now. And what we're asking tonight is one of two things. We're asking to move forward to approve the contract for the design for the preferred concept. Alternatively, based on some feedback that we received over the last month or so, is we go back and replace the existing pool with something similar, making the necessary repairs and replacement, which in either case, whether we do the new concept or the old, will require demolition of a certain part of the deeper or the shallower end of the pool, the zero depth entry, that would need to be reconstructed. And then the rest is going to be the same whether we do one concept or the other. So that's the decision to be made today. Do we go back and price out what the design concept would be, or the design cost would be, if we keep the pool the same configuration with minor modifications and certainly improvements, the still improvements to the building, again including the locker rooms, restrooms, and entry access, or do we go with the preferred concept? There is a delay in time if there's option 2, because we'll have to go back out and price what that design services would cost and come back to commission, hopefully in November, not to lose too much time in order to move into approve the contract and move into the design phase. And that is it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the commission?
Luis, just real quick, I just want to make sure in the preferred concept as well as in the rehab concept, we talked about ADA updates and modifications. Does that cost include any of those ADA modifications or updates?
That does not, but we are aware that there's a $30,000 price tag for that. So in the preferred concept, the new design, it would be integrated. We haven't gone that far down in the existing. That wasn't one of the things we explored because we weren't planning on that. So as we were talking to our partners in the accessibility world, we were trying to formulate a plan for accessibility based on that new one. That's not to say they'll be ignored. We still have the option of adding lifts and things of that nature. They're just not, we haven't gone into that design phase yet to even have the conversation. So right now, it's a like-for-like replacement. Understanding that, general conditions might change what we're able to do along the way, so there will be maybe some modifications to the design, but generally keeping the same design.
Okay.
Luis, at least one of the early priorities was a splash pad that we could keep open longer, especially with South Park. I know we have some, if we do the rehab, you have a couple optionals. What would be the cost, roughly? I'm sure it hasn't been designed by itself, but of putting in the splash pad from the preferred design and along with the rehab. Do we have a cost on that?
We have an approximate cost between $300,000 and $400,000 for a smaller splash pad, which was what was proposed in the design concept. If we decide not to go that way and we want to do something bigger offsite, whatever, that could go $600,000 or $700,000. That's similar to Lions.
Okay. So do you, again, if we happen to go that route, could we instead of an optional second water slide for now, could we take that 360 and make a splash pad?
Yeah, we could potentially look at that, yeah.
Okay.
I had a question on item B. The second one, consider a multi-phased capital project to modernize amenities.
Yeah, that is a question we're posing. If we are reverting back to the 1995 configuration, we truly do not want to ignore the input of 3,300 people and say it doesn't matter, so we're asking if we are to do that, would commission consider doing a multi-phase where we can integrate some of these modernizations, some of the features that we hear it as Parks and Rec professionals all the time, what we're lacking here. We work with counterparts across the country in other cities, and we know that this is not the end-all be-all for a community pool. So the request is if we go in this path, would commission consider a future CIP that goes through, of course, the process of CIP approval to add some of these amenities later on. I kind of don't want to exclude that as an option because we're going down one path versus the other. Mm-hmm. I think it's critical for the community to experience it, to be able to appreciate it, and to not offer that to the community, I think would be kind of a shame. We heard from what they want, what would make them want to come back to the pool if they're not coming now. And I think that we need to respect that.
Okay. Cool.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
I appreciate what you've provided. It was thorough and really answered all my questions. So thank you. I also appreciate the tour that you gave me and the detailed view into what goes on at the operation right now. I want to make sure, I think you made it clear, but I want to make sure it's clear that both of these options, A and B, would include leaving existing infrastructure in place and only repairing it, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I want to make sure that was clear because you added that at the end on B, and I want to make sure that A includes almost the same amounts, very, very similar amounts of materials being left in place and refurbished, correct?
Well, the difference, if I may, would be this area here. Mm-hmm. That is, in the concept, we're making this a standard 25-meter pool, right? So we can change that to any greater amount, less amount, but that's what makes sense. Certainly what we heard from the lap swimmers and swim teams. But this area would remain untouched. We still have to remove and repair the area outside of that 25 meters. Again, it could be a few feet one way or another, but that's the biggest issue right now, is that is structurally sinking, if you will.
Right.
And I think you saw that yourself.
Yeah. And to your point, that was my second question, and I think it helps address Commissioner Seller's question about ADA compliance, which I think is fundamentally, priority number one, either one here, because we need to comply with that and make it better if possible. But a majority of the work and the majority of the deteriorating conditions are in areas where we're going to have to do a tremendous amount of work where ADA access is currently available. Correct?
Yes.
So that area is going to have to be reconfigured. And so I understand there being some unknown costs and there being some fixed costs associated with the feature that you described that might be available in our existing A option. So I'm not so concerned about not being able to or adding a dramatic cost to that, because it feels like we're going to have to do a lot of work in that area, specifically a subgrade. And so, you can put in the proper, access grade there without, I don't think, a whole lot of up cost from an excavation standpoint. So I guess I want to make sure we understand that ADA compliance is fully important to both these features, and that we're going to leave existing features in place no matter what. And you've inspected all of our existing piping, and you feel real comfortable.
Correct.
But for some of the connections below grade and inlets that you mentioned in your detailed report, the piping's in pretty good condition.
It's in good condition now. I think one of the concerns of the consultants and is that with the sinking portion of this, that can be impacting and compacting some of those underground piping.
Yeah.
That's not the issue. It's not sinking over in the deeper part of the basin. So where the structural, fragility is where that can have further impact if we do nothing. And in order to do anything, even if it's to repair that, we'd have to demolish that portion of the pool.
Yeah, and there's also, lastly, I want to say, there's going to be extensive surface rehabilitation of the deck.
Correct.
And I want to make sure everyone's clear how much is included in option B of the rehabilitation of the deck.
And it's in both cases. That would be the case.
Okay, so those issues are being addressed because I saw them as being equally important.
Yes.
To you and to the users. So thank you.
Correct.
But all the items that you talked about, the deck, replacing the decking and whatnot, that's all included in this price for option B,
Correct.
I think it was, okay.
And this is, as they call it, an opinion of probable cost. Obviously, we'd have to go out to bid to get that. But yes, it is included in both of these options, regardless.
So I just did a little bit of back of the napkin calculations, and it seemed that if we keep the 19,000 square feet and we rehabilitate that based on the cost you've got here, not included the second water slide or the shade structures, that's about $281 per square foot, whereas the new concept, preferred one, it's $381 per square foot when you cut it down 3,000 feet. So it seems like the cost is better for rehabilitating.
Right. There is a cost for new features, right? There's a cost for a change, right? So, but yes, that would be accurate if you break it down to square footage of water surface.
Of water surface, yes, that's what I did.
Yes.
Okay. Any additional questions?
Assets, the water slide, what's our life left on that?
On the current one? I don't know if Mark Hecker's on the phone, on the call, but we're making constant repairs on that. It was just refinished. Can it last another 5 years? Likely. Would it be the most enjoyable ride down to the water? Probably not. So, I guess, can it last structurally? There is some degradation in the columns and the structure that's holding it up, which would be addressed, but we have considered that, and the question is then, do we come back in 3 to 5 years and now we need a new pool when we just renovated a pool and had the opportunity to address that then?
Okay. Mark is on.
Okay, I think Mark, do you have anything to add on the slide?
I think you addressed most of it. Basically, we've made it look better than it is by doing some gel coating and painting, but it's on its last leg, or probably should have been replaced by now.
Thank you.
And does the cost of replacing that, is that applicable to what the optional second slide cost is, or would it be more?
I will defer to Jeff for that specific question. Jeff, are you available?
Yes, the replacing that first slide is built into this renovation cost.
Okay. To the renovation, but would it be built, but also built into the rehab, if we went that option?
Yes, yeah, this rehab cost, what you're looking at now, this rehab option includes replacing that current water slide.
Okay.
There is one thing I'd like to note I'd like to add on it. As Louise mentioned, we would be restoring or renovating the bulk of the main pool, removing that shallow water zero depth entry. So we would be able to preserve, the size, the 19,000 square foot. There would be a lesser project life or longevity. With the restoration project, we projected up to, hopefully up to a 20-year lifespan, where in the options we're replacing structures and systems. It does cost more, but we also expect to get a longer life of 30 to 40 years out of those portions. So there is a difference in project life and durability in those two options.
Any additional questions, Commissioner Sellers?
In your little added point for actions where we say consider a multi-phase capital project, just high level, I don't want to get ahead of, I know we haven't received the master plan for Parks and Rec, but just maybe a high level thought or discussion on it. Where would you see that mostly going? Is that more for equipment? Is it more like expanding the square footage, the footprint of that?
Well, if we were to go with the current design, the pool is currently designed, I would see where the current shade structure is now, utilizing that space at a future time. Now, whether we'll have to go back out for public engagement and see what the feedback is at that point, but whether it's a larger lazy river, which is something we heard, expanding outside the footprint of the current pool and adding a splash pad. So a lot is in the air about that. I just wanted to make sure that it was considered, if we decide to keep that, to look at a future project where we could incorporate some of these features that we feel are modern and the community should be able to enjoy.
I have one more question, if that's okay. Mm-hmm. So I just want to go back to the lifespan that we spoke about. What I heard was that if we do the rehabilitation, they were thinking about a 20-year extension on the lifespan. Is that what they said? He said. But however, if we did the concept, that they would go up to 35 years. So I'm just wondering, is that on just the new part where we're actually going to reconstruct where the lazy river is, or does that include the part that's going to stay there, the lap lanes and so forth? Seems to be a little bit of mixed.
No, I think in the report that Water's Edge had provided is that that will be a shorter lifespan on that side of the pool. Mm-hmm. It's not going to last another 40 years. They will be acting on some of the existing conditions, any of the cracking. They're going to chip it out and make some improvements to it, but that's not going to extend that portion of the life. I believe, and I'll let Jeff clarify if I'm not correct, it's that in the preferred concept we are adding a lot of the systems, above ground systems and other things that we wouldn't be doing in the rehabilitation, because that is a much bigger space of a pool that we have to then treat and combine. Okay. But if you need more, we can ask Jeff.
So the 35 years estimation is for the newer part, the lazy river area.
That's correct, Jeff.
It doesn't apply to the existing lap pool area that we're going to keep. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so
correct. It would be
35 years is only on part of it. So we need to make sure that's clear.
And that would be in either case right now.
Right.
Because we don't have enough money to replace. That's why, again, being the budget is one of the priorities we're trying to stick to, and that's what the extent of what we can do in order to kind of meet all those priorities that we had.
Great. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any additional questions? Okay. Not seeing any. Thank you, Luis. I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Who would like to begin?
Thank you.
Good evening. I am Holly Krebs, and my kids and I love our outdoor swimming pool. I created a petition that 1,764 people have signed, and we believe this petition reflects our community's true desires and needs for our outdoor pool. Our petition states that we petition the Lawrence City Commission to make the following changes to their decision for renovations of the Lawrence Outdoor Aquatic Center. 1, do not reduce the square footage of our outdoor pool. 2, do not remove the long course lap lanes in our outdoor pool. 3, fix the pool bathhouses. 4, rebuild the shallow pool separate from the main pool. 5, perform any additional required maintenance on the existing pool. If there are funds and space left after the 5 points above are met, consider the addition of a lazy river. A new design for this recreational feature would be required so it would not disturb the current pool shape. Would all of you in the audience and on Zoom who are here to support the request of this petition, please raise your hands. Ms. Ruderman, I know that you can't count the number of raised hands on Zoom, but could you tell us how many people are participating on this meeting on Zoom?
There's quite a few participating. It doesn't list a number, but it looks like there's 6 right now who have raised their hands.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. You may lower your hands. And now our coalition will share with you the many reasons for our requests, including why our pool is such a valuable community resource and why our city should invest in maintaining it rather than downsizing it. How drastically the renovation plan reduces our pool's capacity, removing more than half of its open swim area, which is the primary purpose of a public swimming pool. How the amenities added in the approved plan are insufficient replacements for this open swim area. How the planning and public engagement processes were deeply flawed in many ways, including how rehabilitating our current pool wasn't even analyzed by the project's engineering consultants, and citizens in the City Commission were never given an opportunity to indicate their desire to maintain our current facilities. How the decision to eliminate much of our open water appears to have been made long before the project's public engagement process began, when development plans like these are supposed to be designed in response to community feedback. And how public input was repeatedly dismissed and selectively presented to justify this proposal that the Parks and Rec administration seems to have already developed. We will also share how so many people would be affected by the city's pool renovation plans, and we will share our requests for moving forward based on the just released cost estimates for repairing the pool. We now have 16 Lawrence citizens representing our community who are going to give you the presentation about the outdoor pool renovation that we believe you should have received earlier from the Parks and Rec Department and their consultants. We are grateful that our community of pool users finally has an opportunity to share our perspectives, since we believe our many voices were ignored.
Holly, that's time. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Ann Underwood. The Lawrence Outdoor Pool is glorious. It's a community treasure, and it's a remarkable public resource for our city. We hope our comments tonight will help you see how valuable the pool is to our community and recognize that our city should invest in maintaining and improving it rather than shrinking it. The Lawrence Outdoor Pool serves a vast diversity of citizens, adults, seniors, teens, and children, families including parents, grandparents, and kids of all ages, lap swimmers, lap walkers, exercise class students, swim team members, and anyone who needs a place to soak in the sun or cool down in the water during the hot summer months. These citizens come to the pool for so many different activities: playing, swimming, diving, exercising, training, swim lessons, and time in the fresh air, bright sun, and cool water. The pool is one of the very few community gathering places where diversity of our community, from the very youngest to the oldest, comes together, and I run into someone I know and love every time I visit the pool. Shared spaces create tight-knit communities, and our pool is a blessing to our community that brings so many people together for social connection and a joyful, healthful experience. When you visit our pool, you can see how beautiful the scene is. You arrive to find a beehive of community activity, families playing in the sparkling water, children shrieking with joy as their parents watch from the sidelines, infants floating in life jackets, exercisers working hard, divers practicing their flips, kids zooming down slides, people reading in the shade. So you get the idea. And people are swimming, exactly what a pool is intended for. The lap lanes are almost always full with 2 people per lane, and during the early lap swim hours, the lanes are brimming with exercisers, and swim teams cram 7 to 8 swimmers into one lane to practice together. Anyone who's visited our swimming pool during the hot days of summer know that we can't afford a massive decrease in the size of this community resource. And in actuality, we likely need to increase its size to accommodate continued population growth and increased temperatures. Our pool provides so much to our community, and our pool is beloved by its users, and we ask that the City Commission treasure it as much as we do. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Kent Williams, live in Pinckney, Pinkney. And thank you for your service. The city's planning documents demonstrate over and over again the city's commitment to maintaining and improving our community's recreation opportunities and facilities, including our Outdoor Aquatic Center. These documents identify the value of our swimming pool to its users and our community. We believe these planning documents support the city's investment in maintaining rather than diminishing the current size of the pool. The city's strategic plan drives our annual operating budget, and 3 of our 5 outcomes support investing in our pool. The strategic plan's first outcome is to create an unmistakable identity for our community, and its strategies include enhancing recreational opportunities to meet the needs of a growing city, providing recreation programs and amenities for all ages and abilities, strengthening the perception of downtown as a destination, and developing park properties to assure adequate recreational opportunities are available in all areas of the city. Our city's second outcome is strong, welcoming neighborhoods, and it includes continuing to improve parks and recreational opportunities, open spaces, and trails within the community. The city's last outcome is to create a connected city and commits the city to providing well-maintained, functional, and efficient infrastructure, facilities, and other assets. Investment in these assets reflects the city's commitment to contribute to the well-being of all people. Our Parks and Rec Master Plan, which provides more specific detail about our aquatic center, states that all aquatic parks are popular and heavily used by the community, end quote. It also states that based on the age and usage of the current outdoor pool, there is a need to either upgrade the existing pool or build a new outdoor aquatic center, and it identifies this facility as of high importance and high need for our community. Our coalition does not interpret the current plan that eliminates a quarter of the total water space and more than half of the open swim area as upgrades that this plan calls for. Our coalition asks that the City Commission act upon all of these commitments and invest in our Outdoor Aquatic Center in a way that continues to meet our community's needs, its growth, with appropriate upgrades to our facilities. The renovation plan passed on August 13th does not yet meet these commitments. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Malia Alexander, and I live in East Lawrence. Before I begin, Ms. Reedman, I believe there's an image that goes with my talk.
What was the name again? The name, I'm sorry.
The name on the
For who's?
the schedule is Judy Dutton.
Okay.
I'm speaking.
Can you pull that up for Judy Dutton?
Is it a picture of pool?
That's it. Thank you.
Sure.
What our community would lose: open swim area. Our community gave feedback about the pool renovation through 3 opinion surveys, but none of us knew how much water space we would lose in the proposed plans when we gave this feedback, because the Parks and Recreation Department did not indicate the square footage of the new and old pools in any of their public engagement materials. This information was only made public in presentations to city officials and wasn't known by our broader community until local media sources published these numbers after the final plan had been approved. The Lawrence Journal-World reported that the final plan would shrink our pool from 19,000 to 16,000 square feet. but in actuality, that 16,000 square feet referred to the total water recreation area, and 2,300 square feet of that would be a splash pad. So the pool would lose a total of 5,300 square feet of water area, which is more than a quarter of the total current pool. The plan would remove the entire section of the pool north of the lap lanes, which is the pool's primary open swim area, and is a total of 4,800 square feet. Shown in red in the picture before you is the area to which I refer. Currently, the pool has about 8,100 square feet of total open swim space, so the pool would lose almost 60% of its total open swim space. This area to be eliminated is also the only section of our pool that provides 3.5 to 4 foot deep water for children. This is the primary area that accommodates 5 to 10-year-olds because it's deep enough for them to swim in, but also shallow enough for them to safely touch the bottom. The new pool configuration with 4 lap lanes in place would only provide 3,800 square feet of open water for swimming, less than half of what we currently have. This is shown in the dark blue area of the picture. This remaining area would not have enough capacity to fill all the people who currently visit the pool, causing overcrowding that our lifeguards believe would create more opportunities for injury. This remaining open swim area is also too deep for most 5 to 10-year-olds, leaving this group without a good space for playing and swimming in the approved pool renovation area, or renovation plan, excuse me. The 4,800 square foot area to be removed is the heart of our pool. This area is our pool's biggest open water area, and it's a perfect space that invites everyone of all ages into the pool. It's a place where everyone, parents, kids,
Time.
grandparents.
Time, Ms. Alexander. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Zach Andrag, and I would like to talk about what our community would lose, exercise and training space. The area to be eliminated in the pool renovation plans also includes 25 meters of the pool's 50-meter long course lap lanes. Our outdoor pool is the only pool in town that currently provides consistent 50-meter lap lanes, which is the length used in most competitive swim meets. These long course lap lanes are crucial for all training in all 4 of our community swim teams at Astor Area Aquatics, Aquahawks, KU Swim, and Masters Swim Group. These swim teams are dependent on these lanes to train for competition because swimming 50-meter lap lanes develops stamina and endurance that can't be developed by only swimming 25-meter laps. Many lap swimmers and walkers who use the pool for exercise and physical rehabilitation also depend on these long course lap lanes for developing their strength and endurance. At every step in the public engagement process, the swim team repeatedly requested that the city retain the pool's long course lap lanes, but even from the very first public meeting, Parks and Rec always said retaining the 50-meter lap lanes was not an option. Our research indicates this was a decision Parks and Rec unilaterally made with no public input before the community engagement process began, even though they never evaluated the cost of retaining this part of the pool previously. In focus groups and meetings, the Parks and Rec representatives tried to convince swim teams that eliminating the 50-meter lap lanes at the outdoor pool would be fine because the Indoor Aquatic Center can be set up with a 50-meter course. But the 50-meter lap lanes have not been set up at the indoor pool for at least 4 years, in spite of repeated requests from our community swim clubs. Parks and Rec also told them that the new public pool wouldn't be able to accommodate all the groups who currently use it. Teams can fit 8+ swimmers in one 50-meter lane, but they can only safely fit half as many swimmers in one 25-meter lane. Currently, the swim teams already often rent 6 of the 8 long course lap lanes during their practice times, leaving only 2 lanes available for the general public. The new pool would still only have 8 lanes, but we would need 12 lanes just to serve our swim teams. Finally, most competitive swim meets are held in 50-meter pools. If one end of our lap lanes were deeper so swimmers could dive off the starting blocks, Lawrence could host regional and national swimming competitions. In 2014, our city invested what would be $30.2 million in today's dollars in building Rock Jock Park, a facility that provides both community recreation opportunities and competitive arenas that can draw regional and national competitions to our community. We believe that the city could invest in our swimming pool renovation as an economic development tool that would draw people to our community, especially to our downtown, which is a strategic plan goal for our city. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Lisa Harris Friedman. I'll be talking mostly about splash pad and the lazy river. The preferred concept would add a 196-foot or 65-yard lazy river and a 2,300 square foot splash pad. These may sound like fun, but we don't want to give up our main recreation area for these features. We don't want a water park to replace our swimming pool. About splash pads, the city included one in every pool design proposal because they're inexpensive. But our citizens have not prioritized splash pads. The Parks and Rec Master Plan from 2017 says that even though spray parks were not one of the top priorities in public input, it is the recommendation of the Master Plan team to provide 6 new splash parks. Parks and Rec ignored community input about splash pads again, this time in the most recent pool renovation surveys. Splash pads ranked 6th out of 11 possible pool spaces or features, and yet a splash pad was included in every single design, while top features requested by respondents were ignored. We appreciate the 2 neighborhood splash pads on the east side of town, but for equity's sake, the next one should be built in West Lawrence, not next to the outdoor pool. About lazy rivers. These are a trend in water park design. They provide a current for people to float along in flotation devices like inner tubes. Lazy rivers provide a leisurely water experience, but they only occupy kids for a short time. Then kids want to move their bodies and play, which open water allows them to do. Open water is a classic swimming pool design that will always be in style. People love it now, and they will love it 50 years from now. Lifeguards at our pool have concerns about kids being funneled into narrow space with a constant current. Because of these dangers, lazy rivers have a limited capacity, and a 65-yard lazy river will not accommodate many people and their floats at one time, leaving long wait lines to take a turn, especially if people don't have other water space to play in. A potential of downsizing the pool could be fewer lifeguards, but Parks and Rec indicate that the new, smaller pool would likely require the same number of guards. And those who guard lazy rivers need specialized training, potentially further complicating staffing issues. We believe that the engineering consultants are trying to sell our city a lazy river because it's the latest thing, rather than provide what our community actually needs, which is space for swimming outside in the summer. Lastly,
Lisa, that's time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Greg Smith, Quail Run neighborhood. I'm going to speak on the flaws in the public end of the engagement process. Our research into the pool renovation, planning, and public engagement process reveals that this process has been seriously flawed and misleading. The Lawrence outdoor pool is in need of substantial repairs. However, the Parks and Rec Administration did not assess the costs necessary to repair the existing pool. Instead, we believe they unilaterally decided to remove much of the pool that requires repair long before the public engagement process began because they never asked the engineering consultants to provide estimates to repair and retain our current pool. No questions in the pool renovation opinion surveys asked our community if we would like to maintain our current swimming space or if we would like to exchange our open swim space for a lazy river. All 4 of the renovation designs concepts presented to the community eliminated more than half of our open swim space. These 4 designs were released only 19 days after the first survey concluded, In 19 short days, it would have been impossible to qualitatively analyze the 2,700 comments citizens provided in the first survey, use that data to create a new design, produce 4 versions of that design, and develop public engagement materials to present the designs to our community. We believe this demonstrates that the pool renovation plans had been pre-designed and could not have been crafted in response to the surveys, even though the Parks and representatives repeatedly asserted that they were. Providing 4 design options gave the appearance of giving our community choices, but Parks and Rec actually funneled our whole community to a plan they had already designed, and the City Commission wasn't given an option to maintain our current pool. The first commitment that our city government makes to its citizens in its strategic plan is community engagement. The city commits to listen, share, and engage with our community to drive action and build trust in city government. We invite and welcome all community members to collaborate and innovate with us. This public engagement process is supposed to drive plans so they can reflect the needs and desires of our community, but we believe the Parks and Rec Department and their consultants failed to perform this basic process honestly and fairly because they crafted survey questions with predefined answers that didn't necessarily reflect our citizens wanted to give. They claimed the design options were driven by the citizen survey process, but the surveys actually support the retaining this open swim area. They didn't provide the square footage of the renovated pool designs in any of the public engagement materials, so citizens didn't know how much water space we were losing until the plan had been finalized. They presented selective data to support their predetermined plan while they dismissed much of our thoughtful input or community provided through thousands of comments and forged ahead with their preconceived design plan. This process gave the illusion of citizen involvement when in actuality...
Greg, that's time.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kristen Eldridge. I live in the middle of Lawrence. When I was 8 years old, all the way through my first 2 years of college, I swam competitively year-round. And in the summertime, that meant long course. That meant 50 meters. Think of the Olympics. That's the 50-meter pool. Then I took a little short exercise break that lasted 25 to 30 years before rediscovering the sport that I love and joining the Masters swim team. Now my teammates are in their 20s all the way up through their 80s, and some of them compete just for fitness like I do. Some of them compete rigorously for competition swimming, and they rely on that 50-meter pool, as do our age group swimmers. That's what the younger ones are called. So please, in addition to all the great points that you've heard tonight, please understand that eliminating a 50-meter pool to practice, to train in, would effectively eliminate competitive swimming for half of the year, possibly for decades. So thanks for your time. Wanted you to have a lot to consider. Thanks.
I can't see you all.
You can lower that.
That can be lowered,
It's okay. It's okay.
No.
I'm not going to talk for a moment.
but we won't
But you
be
need
able
the
to
microphone.
catch
Oh, the mic. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah. So everybody can hear.
yeah.
Bart wants to see me. So my part of the presentation is almost the total opposite. A year ago, in maybe another quarter, I was in the hospital because I broke my ankle, 3 bones. I'm still not walking well, but swimming keeps me going. Every time I switched hospitals, which was once or twice or 3 times, I asked them, when can I go back to the pool? It's the only thing that I can do to keep me going. I'm not a little kid anymore, but that's still my thing. Thank you. Mark, you're up.
I'm Mark Bickert. This is Flaws in the Public Engagement Process meeting. Vireo, the city public engagement consultants, held 3 public meetings, 2 pop-up meetings, and 9 focus group discussions to gather community input about the pool renovation. These meetings were to engage our city in the design process. These meetings are supposed to direct the projects to reflect the needs and desires of the community. But our supporters who participated in these meetings indicated it was clear that the Parks and Rec Department was committed to eliminating almost 60% of our open swim space before the public engagement process even began. In conclusion, there was no amount of public feedback that would change their mind. Representatives from our swim teams attended every public meeting. They requested at every meeting that our pool's open water area should be retained. This includes the first meeting that was held to incorporate participants' feedback into phase 2 of the project. The swim team representatives reported that the city dismissed their strong requests, saying that it wasn't even an option to retain that area. During these meetings, the city said it was too expensive to repair this area of the pool, even though we now know that they didn't analyze the cost of these repairs. The city asserted that the surveys didn't support retaining this area, but that isn't true. The city and consultants didn't fairly represent the feedback collected in these meetings. The swim team request to retain the swim area was reiterated in every meeting, yet the final report only makes passing reference to it. When we met with the Parks and Rec administration, Mark Hecker continued to assert that there was not much public support for retaining the 50-meter lap lanes. This is in conflict with requests made at public meetings, in survey comments, and during focus group discussions. Later in the process, the City Commission directed Vireo to meet with the 4 community swim teams. Unfortunately, this happened after the proposed design.
Mark, that's time. Sorry.
Thank you.
Hi. I'm Annette McDonald. I'm the coach of the Lawrence Masters swim team. Been there 25 years. And I'd like to follow up with the public engagement process, where the consultants also held 2 pop-up meetings this summer to share the pool plan with the community at large. These meetings were held during the middle of the summer when the outdoor pool was open, but instead of holding these at the outdoor pool to receive feedback from people who usually use the pool, they held these meetings at, the indoor pool and at the Douglas County Fairgrounds. It's as though they actively avoided receiving feedback from the people who would be most affected by this decision. Later in the planning process, the city commissioners, directed Vireo, is that how you say it, to meet with all 4 of the community's swim teams, and that's what I want to address. Unfortunately, these meetings happened after the proposed design concept had been completely finalized. And the content of these meetings was not to receive swim club feedback or input about the pool design, but it was more about how we could mitigate the fallout or no longer have the critical training infrastructure, or how our teams could use the new facility. And we pointed out that there wasn't enough time for all of the teams to be accommodated in just an 8-lane, 25-meter pool. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kristen Bowman, Dr. Kristen Bowman. I am an expert in survey design, implementation, and analysis. And today I'll talk to you about flaws in the survey, specifically the multi-select questions. The vast majority of community input about the pool renovation was collected through 3 opinion surveys. A total of 3,300 citizens responded to these surveys that were supposed to guide the renovation design. The survey's multi-select questions let respondents select multiple features that they wanted to see in our newly renovated pool. The first opinion survey asked what 6 pool spaces people would most like in the pool renovation. 11 options were given, and one of those 11 options was open swim area. When taking this survey, it seemed odd to me that open swim area was included in a list of features, because that's the defining feature of a swimming pool, and our pool already offers that. In spite of this possible interpretation that we wouldn't need to ask for water in a pool, our community voted for open swim area as one of the top 3 features we all wanted. Despite this clear request from our community, our open swim area was largely eliminated in the design concepts. As a research psychologist, I can attest that a critical flaw of multi-select questions and surveys is providing predefined answers while neglecting to include responses that would have been important to participants. In the 3 pool opinion surveys conducted by the city, citizens could only vote for open swim space in 1 out of 25 questions, while citizens could choose lazy river in 5 questions. The only other multi-select question that allowed people to express their desire for swimming space was a question about the most desired programs at our pool. The top 2 were recreational/open swimming and swimming lessons, both of which require open swimming space. Finally, the number 1 most desired feature our community requested was shade, but the final plan eliminated our primary shade structure and doesn't appear to have fully replaced its area, much less increase the available shade as our community requested. Unfortunately, the City Commission did not receive this survey information when making their final decision, because Vireo's final report replaced the results of the first opinion survey that 1,651 people filled out with the results of a meeting attended by 13 people. Not one question in the surveys asked for our community's feedback about losing much of our pool's water space. Not one question in any of the surveys asked if we wanted a lazy river or splash pad at the expense of losing 4,800 square feet of open water that is our primary swim space. Many people who filled out the survey have subsequently reported that they thought this renovation meant we were getting a bigger pool. It's usually assumed that renovations improve and increase a facility's capacity. It's not assumed that renovations would shrink a facility. While this first survey indicated much interest in a lazy river, the other 4 pool spaces most requested in the survey are ones we already have: water slides, open swim space, shallow water, and a play structure. We believe that maintaining these current amenities, which so many community members indicated are important, should prevail.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Allison Dischinger, North Lawrence. Talking further about the flaws in this survey, the 3 pool renovation opinion surveys let respondents provide many comments at the end of each multi-select question, and they also asked many open-ended questions for respondents to share what is actually important to them, especially when the predefined answer in the multi-select questions didn't reflect their opinions. In total, our community provided 5,750 comments about the pool renovation. Unfortunately, we believe the biggest failure of the city's public engagement process was disregarding this substantive feedback that the citizens provided through their comments. The public engagement consultants did not qualitatively analyze the vast amount of community feedback. The engineering consultants and Parks and Rec Department did not use this information to craft their design concepts, and the consultants did not discuss this immense amount of feedback in their presentations to the City Commission. Many of the public's comments requested open space for swimming, which we've been hearing about, along with things like lazy rivers, improved bathhouses, and healthier food options at the concession stand. The 5,750 comments were barely acknowledged in the public engagement's consultant report, and the many comments that requested more water were reduced to one short statement. A few comments say that the pool should remain as it is today. Additionally, more than 3,000 comments from the second 2 surveys weren't even publicly posted, as as they're supposed to be until Holly Krebs discovered this a few weeks ago. The open-ended questions in these surveys asked, what could make this design concept better? Comment after comment pointed out that 4 design options needed more water for people to swim in, but no one, except the public engagement consultants and Parks and Rec staff, even had access to our community's feedback about how to improve the design concepts, since these comments were not posted properly. When an institution provides open-ended questions in a community survey, it is their responsibility to analyze its qualitative data. These open-ended questions led citizens to believe that their opinions had been heard and had contributed to the planning process, when in actuality the consultants only emphasized summaries of the multi-select questions and ignored the thoughtful input provided in these thousands of comments. These problems provide strong evidence that the public engagement process was a pretense that gave the illusion of public opinion driving the decision-making process, while in actuality our community's input was overtly and repeatedly ignored, and the design concepts put forth conflicted with our community's requests. Since you did not get to hear our community's desire to retain our fabulous existing pool from the public engagement consultants, we are happy that you now get to hear from some representatives of all the different groups in our town who would be affected by your decision and why they want to retain our current pool. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so my name is Emerson Stoppel, and I am presenting a video.
Were you able to get the video to be? Okay.
There are a lot of kids at my school, and we all go into the pool on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays during the summer. We all look forward to it every year. But if they shrink the pool, then half of our kids won't be able to go to it and won't be able to enjoy it. Because it's the best open area, because there aren't too many adults, so there's no adults annoying you. The bigger section, there are also teenagers, and teenagers are just teenagers. And that area is like the main place for elementary kids. I do almost everything in that area. Great for playing, great for swimming, it's great for learning. They shouldn't take that part away because it's my favorite part, because I don't like going in the 5-foot area most of the time unless I'm there really early or late, because all the rowdy teenagers are there, like playing football or something, so it's not fun, because they're just like roughhousing, and that's like the one place me and my friends always go. And if they add a splash pad instead of that, it's like it'll be fun for the little kids, but not for like kids my age who want a place that's not too deep but not too shallow, like a splash pad. I feel like the city should be prioritizing the kids who are older, because they are the ones who are going to be going there more, like those 7-8-year-olds. And then, but the smaller kids are usually just brought there by their parents, and their parents could just pull them in the higher waters. We like to play a bunch of games, and I personally like to do a bunch of flips, and obviously you need space for that. So that big space is perfect, but if you take it all away, you only have like this much. And if all the kids who are too big for the splash pad go there with all their friends and try to do flips and like toss a football around or do whatever they do, we're not going to have enough space. Also, an argument is that when they install the lazy river, kids are either going to play in it for a very short time and then want to move, or it's just going to be too small to actually have any fun. Why aren't they breaking down the pool? It's better the way it is. Please do not drink the pool.
short, and that's kind of the point of this. And my name is Kendra Pittman-Irwin. It's Pittman space IRWIN. My pronouns are she, her. And I've been a user of the Lawrence Pool for nearly 25 years since I started as a graduate student. Thank you for investing in the outdoor pool and keeping it going. And thank you for listening to our comments. But my biggest concern isn't the expense. What we're going on here is the practical bit. And the kids that just talked before me, which I didn't even know what they were going to talk about, actually have nailed this on for me. So I'm going to more like demonstrate to you what's going on. That's about safety, and if removing that swim area poses a lot of problems for kids and their parents. I myself have a 14 and a 10-year-old, and we've been using the pool their entire time. So if you can imagine, I'm 62 inches tall, 5'2" in shoes. Okay, here I am at the pool. All right, so that is the average height of a 12-year-old in our country. Okay, and I know I'm quite short, but that's what we got. So you can imagine I'm a 12-year-old, I'm a 6th, 7th grader. And if we look at the pool, somebody want to put up the pool bit, the area that's getting removed. All right, so, we've got 0, to 5-year-olds or so use this area of the pool. It is because of where the water hits them. Kids, to be able to play in the pool, want to be able to have this much out. Okay, you need your arms to be free so that you can throw and dive and such. So when a kid gets past 5, they move into this area. As the kids that spoke before me said, this is where the elementary kids are, so ages 5 to 12-ish or so. Because while you may be a great swimmer, you still want to be able to touch and have your head out so you can play. You're going to throw balls. The same is true for parents. We need to have our bodies out for when they're jumping from the side to catch them. Okay, I moved to this part of the pool I don't use. I am too short. I can go over there with my kid, have my head out, but I would never be able to catch a small child from there and feel comfortable with it coming off the side. My kid, who's 10, will go over there occasionally, but he can't get his arms out of the water well enough to throw around. It's where the big kids go. So the parents and elementary school kids use this area. That's what they use. That's when Boys and Girls Club and Parks and Rec, that is where they are. They can't be over here safely. Many of them cannot touch. I would not let my child, who is a great swimmer, be over there without me being near, because he needs to have, access to his body to move around without me near. And there's no parental guidance, as we know, for the camps. There's not enough counselors. If you were to get rid of this, we would no longer use this pool. We would go probably to North Shawnee and Topeka because they have a nice open area, and then other types like this. But this
time, Kendra. Thank you.
Yeah. Anyway, maybe move that up to the next person. Put that back kind of where it was.
Hi, I'm Amy Boffman. I just been taking some notes. It's a lot to hear. I'm glad that I got to hear all that. I think the Parks and Rec, they painted a nice picture comparing renovating or a new everything. I think it's really important that you leave these lanes for these people to compete or to practice. A lot of people seem like they get a lot of exercise that way, and I think we need healthier people really bad. I've been to Oceans of Fun a lot, and I just don't think there's enough space for you to put a lazy river in this pool area that we have. You have these big inner tubes. They take up a lot of space, and it just doesn't seem like there's enough space for very many people to be doing that. Looking at the plans that I saw, I think you should fix what's there and save our tax money, maybe revisit it after another 10 years. We have everything we need there. Everybody's pretty happy, so I don't think we should be wasting our money on this right now. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mary Johnson. I live on the south end of Massachusetts Street on the east side. I'm probably the oldest speaker here at 86 and a half years old, and probably one of the oldest people that uses the pool as opposed to our previous speakers. I've been going for the last decade almost every day to the pool when it's nice weather, and I swim mainly in the lap lanes, the short lap lanes that are up in the late afternoon. As has been pointed out, the lap lanes are a wonderful form of exercise for people of all ages, but especially seniors. People walk in them, they swim in them. I used to always swim, now I walk partly and swim. So I'm asking, first of all, please do not decrease the number of lap lanes, as there are typically 2 people in a lane, and often we have to wait to even use a lane. Also, of course, mainly, please do not eliminate the north part of the lap lanes. And as has been pointed out just now, whereas teenagers and older kids use the south portion because there are diving boards and it's deeper, parents and children use the north portion. And when you add in girls and boys club and other small groups of kiddies who come down in the afternoon, this part of the pool becomes extremely crowded. You cannot teach a youngster to jump in the water and swim to the edge and feel comfortable in the water on a splash pad. Both my granddaughters learned to love the water in the north portion and feel safe there. Splash pads and lazy rivers are fads. We need room for everyone to enjoy being in the pool. With so many schools being eliminated in East Lawrence and so many resources being directed to West Lawrence, the Outdoor Aquatic Center is one of the jewels of Lawrence, still accessible to those of us in Central and East Lawrence. Thank you.
I don't use the pool because I have a condition with my leg that doesn't allow it to stay underwater. But did you hear your public engagement process? That's what I wanted to comment on. Is I heard a lot of details about your public engagement process that I've witnessed and I've experienced. And I wonder if what's going to happen when all of these people realize that the entire city runs this way. That those folks over there decide what they're going to do. And this, whether it's a swimming pool or it's the next item, the move in the city building, the city hall, these folks over here decide what they're going to do. And they present it to these folks up here in a way that gets it done. How many people in this room actually feel like they've had an impact here tonight and changed the decision? Raise your hands. Look at that, guys. Look.
Good evening, I'm Sophia Liu, my zip code 66049. Lawrence is home to 4 unique swim teams who all use our outdoors pool 50-meter lanes for swim practices. Ad Astra Area Aquatics is our community's largest team with approximately 125 members, ages 5 through high school. The Lawrence Aquahawks, founded in 1968, is the second largest swim team in our town with more than 100 swimmers, more than 100 members in the same age range. Both of these youth teams are members of USA Swimming and practice in both the indoor and the outdoor aquatic centers multiple times per week, year-round. KU's women's swimming and diving team currently has 34 members on its roster and uses our city's outdoor pools 50-meter lanes for practices throughout the summer. I belong to the Lawrence Master Swim Team, a group founded 31 years ago and open to anyone ages 18 and older. Currently, Lawrence Masters has about 30 active members ranging from age 19 to 80. We were a larger group before COVID, but since the city shifted the opening time of the aquatic centers from 5:30 a.m. to 6:30 a.m., some previous members can no longer swim with us before going to work. The Master Swim Team practices 3 mornings a week with a coach to complete swim workouts that promote health and fitness. These practices provide members the opportunity to improve their physical fitness and to train for competitions. During the summer, swimmers on all 4 of these teams benefit greatly from the 50-meter lanes at the outdoor pool, as its length is essential to training for long-distance swimming, triathlons, and 50-meter competitions. The members of Ad Astra Area Aquatics, Lawrence Aquahawks, KU Women's Swimming, and Lawrence Masters all depend on these lanes to develop stamina and endurance that can't be developed by only swimming 25-meter laps. Collectively, close to 300 swimmers from these teams use the 50-meter outdoor pool multiple times a week throughout the summer for practice, and these 4 teams pay thousands of dollars each month to rent lanes by the hour, making them key customers of the Lawrence Outdoor Aquatic Center. My child started swimming with Ad Astra Area Aquatics at age 9 and developed a lifelong love for the sport. They went on to swim for Free State High School and were co-captain of the swim team their senior year. Later, they joined the Lawrence Masters team and benefited from swimming in the 50-meter outdoor pool during summer breaks from college. Personally, I have gained so much from swimming with a team. Swimming with Lawrence Masters keeps me accountable in a way that lap swimming on my own never did. I enjoy physical and mental health benefits from—
Time, Sophia. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Tom Harper, and I have not been involved with the public engagement aspect of this. Tonight, I'm learning a lot. I've read information in the paper, but I'm struck tonight by kind of the reasonableness of the people speaking tonight. So I'd like to applaud everybody, including the kids. Genius idea there to include the kids. And I've just been impressed with the myriad of people who use the pool. And I'm a simple guy. I heard the idea of more water is better versus less water. And I think that's got to be true. I heard about a splash pad and a lazy river, which seems like an amusement park type activity versus a public swimming pool. So I'd like to see the decision tonight be renovate what we have. I get that it's a lot of money, and the duration of that money is less than a new car. But sometimes I question whether a new car will last as long as they say it's going to last also. So thank you, Commissioner Dever, for at least directing the conversation to renovation. And maybe there were others involved with that too, but clearly you posed the question to the Parks and Rec person. So thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Stan Davis. I'm pinch hitting for Lynn Tumlinson, but I'm a signer of the petition, and also I support her comments, which I am privileged to deliver. I think we all know that swimming is one of the very best exercises you can do for your health. It's a full body workout, strengthens your heart and your lungs, your entire musculoskeletal system, hard for me to say, your arms or your legs, your spine, your core. It lowers blood pressure. It softens stiff arteries, 2 of the most common ailments associated with aging. Swimming also teaches life-saving. When we think about the other water opportunities that our children have in our community, to give them that skill is certainly important. Aquatic exercise is a term that applies to non-swimming workouts. Many people use our pool to walk and run and do other conditioning exercises, but these are non-impact exercises, and it makes them accessible to many people who can't do those kinds of high-impact exercises on land, and particularly our seniors, postpartum women, people with organ prolapse, hypermobile joints, arthritis, injuries, all use our pool as a place for healing. Aquatic exercise is also one of the best forms of resistance training because the water provides resistance in 360 degrees. So physical therapists use water to help their patients rehabilitate from back injuries, joint replacements, strokes, other injuries that affect strength and coordination. And many people who receive water therapy rave about its capacity to rehab their body better than anything else they've tried. And the federal government supports this. The U.S. Office of Disease Prevention and Health Promotion sets our nation's physical activity guidelines and recommends, this is a quote, community-level interventions that can make being physically active the easy choice in all the places where people live, learn, work, and play. They say strategies at the community level generally have greater reach and can result in longer-lasting change than strategies focused on individual behavior. They recommend that communities like ours, quote, provide or improve places to be active in the community and to conduct community-wide campaigns that promote physical activity. Just like you have emphasized walkable neighborhoods for health and social connection, the city should encourage, we all should encourage more pool usage for the improved health of our population. Our pool is a powerful resource.
Stan, that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Patrick Suzeau. The Parks and Recreation Department repeatedly misinformed our community and City Commission that repairing the current configuration of our outdoor pool would be too expensive. At the August 13th Commission meeting, Luis Ruiz said that retaining the open swim space that the approved design eliminated would add a lot of money to this budget, and that we likely wouldn't even fall in budget if we were to replace with the same. Fortunately, at this same meeting, Commissioner Dever asked the engineering consultants to estimate the costs of repairing our current pool. The report from Water's Edge that you have before you today states that the construction budget for repairing the pool in its current arrangement would be $3.6 million. It also states that this would be $600,000 less than the approved renovation plan's $4.2 million construction budget. But the report from the August 13 meeting indicates that the approved plan's construction budget is $4.36 million, not $4.2 million, meaning that repairing our pool as it is would cost $760,000 less than the approved plan. Our coalition is very glad to know that the city can retain the size of our current pool and has $760,000 in its budget for improvements to our pool. This is a wonderful opportunity to both maintain and improve our water space. We ask that the city consider the improvement options requested by our petition and its 1,750 supporters, which were also included in the approved renovation design, separating the shallow pool from the main pool, improving shade structures, and renovating the bathhouses. Additionally, the approved plan replaced our main long blue water slide with a short straight slide, and this additional available money could provide a more equitable replacement for this slide, which is beloved by our community's children. Before you tonight is a request to authorize spending $545,000.
Patrick, that's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, folks. My name is Tim Forcade. Our broad coalition of pool users and community members ask you to save our pool. Please invest in our Outdoor Aquatic Center and maintain our open swim space, which is the hallmark of any swimming pool. Our petition specifically requests that you retain the size and shape of our current pool, except for the shallow end, which we ask to be rebuilt separate from the main pool. We also request that you fix the bathhouses and perform any additional required maintenance on the existing pool. If there is any available funding after these essential requirements are met, please consider adding other amenities. But please do not invest in these at the expense of our primary open water space. The results of the pool renovation public engagement process support all of these requests. But these results were misrepresented and or ignored throughout the planning process. As of today, our petition has 1,760 signatures, more than any one of the opinion surveys conducted by the city, and every signee is asking for the same thing: to repair our pool while maintaining its current swimming area. We hope that our presentation has made it clear that the approved renovation will not serve our current community of swimmers. We love our swimming pool, and it's an important place for our community. We ask that you maintain its size and shape so it will continue to meet our needs. These are the steps we suggest the city to take to move forward. 1, vote against the item before you tonight because it continues development of the previously approved renovation plan, which our community does not want. 2, direct city staff to A, develop pool renovation design options that include repairing the current pool and adding improvements that will fit within the $6.1 million pool renovation budget. At minimum, we request that the city explore separating the shallow end from the main pool, replacing the blue water slide with a comparable replacement, improving shade structures as requested in the opinion surveys, and renovating the bathhouses. B, revisit all the community input collected in the community engagement process, including the thousands of comments our citizens already made. Use this data to inform these design options. C, present these revised options to our community and receive our community's feedback. 3, appoint a citizen oversight committee to guarantee an honest and transparent planning, development, and public engagement process. Our pool.
Tim, that's time.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Van Tassel, and I actually didn't come here about the pool tonight. I actually came about the development code, but after seeing the presentation about the costs of renovating the pool or replacing or whatever, I've worked in construction for several years and in estimating, and I'm sort of familiar with these presentations. If I were you, I would really want to take a look, try to get somebody independent to take a look at the current structure of the pool, contractors who actually do concrete foundation repair, stabilization, because the numbers I saw here for just renovating, and again, I have not surveyed the conditions at the pool, just for repairing and renovating the existing structure, they sort of smell to me like somebody's trying to steer you to one conclusion. I think if you can get an independent contractor who does this type of work to come in, take a look, see what they could do to stabilize the existing concrete, repair the existing concrete, I think that will give you a much better view of what your real options are, spending a lot of money to renovate or spending, I think, considerably less money to just keep it as it is. I have no opinion whether renovation is better or not, but I think the cost for simply repairing, going ahead with exactly what you have, is potentially much lower than you were quoted. And so I think that's something that you really should take a look at. Thank you.
Not seeing any additional comment here in the room. Okay, Sherry, any on Zoom?
Yes. Jeffrey Hepler.
Sorry, it's too dark. I put on my video. Otherwise, I'm just hanging out outside. I would have signed that petition had it come across my plate. Y'all heard your constituents. They feel like they haven't been heard. That was a lot of folks rolling through here. At least you didn't consult stakeholders that really cared early enough in the process, at the least. As an unlicensed expert in play, you need open space for children. You need space for them to create games, to have opportunities for play. And when they come to the pool, they expect to do that in the water in a depth that's conducive to that. So I'm for keeping the 3 to 4 foot deep open swim area. And the last point I'll make is, y'all ever been on the lazy river? I hope you have sunscreen, because you're not in the water, you're just on the water. It doesn't last too long, the fun of that. Thank you.
Chris Flowers. Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I just want to echo some of the sentiments about public opinion, how the city gathers public opinion, I guess. It just seems to me something's wrong if you do all this public, like, surveys and meetings or whatever to get public opinion, and then when the time comes for the agenda item, if there's a large amount of public showing up bitching about what y'all are doing, I don't think the process in which you gathered the public opinion to begin with was working correctly. And I have seen it happen before with other projects where I think city staff will try to run meetings or do surveys, and they'll ask questions in a way that gives them the answer they want, because they already have in their minds what they want to do. And sometimes these meetings and surveys, it just seems like they're trying to gather information to back themselves up and not actually try to understand what the public wants. So I want to say I'm all for doing what's cheapest with how things are going right now. And if the public wants something cheaper, I say do that. So I just want to throw that out there. Thank you.
For those that are on Zoom, if you have your hand raised, you will get a pop-up that says promote to panelist. If you want to speak, you have to accept that. If you decline it, there's no way for me to allow you to unmute and speak. There's a few more, Mayor, and I'm going to try to get them into the meeting.
Well, after they're done, I'll go ahead and look back to you.
Melinda Ball.
Hello. I just wanted to support everyone that came out and to basically echo their sentiments and to really encourage the commission and mayor to listen to your constituents. In some way, I mean, we're thinking of election season currently. This is, in a way, a vote that you're listening to the public make their voices heard. And public engagement is critically important. And it is disturbing and disheartening to hear how this project went before the public and the surveys around that. So I just encourage you all to please listen and to deeply consider what you've heard tonight. Thank you.
Marcy Gaston. Marcy?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go right ahead.
I appreciate all the comments so far. They've been really well thought. I speak to you as a person who is handicapped, and the way I get to the pool is by using a three-wheel walker. And I have found the pool to be very accessible, even a little bit of a walk around the stairs to get to the pool. The most dangerous part for me is crossing the street, because the street is so poorly maintained right now that I have trouble even guiding my walker just to cross the street. But otherwise, I found it to be very accessible as it is. And if you need people who are handicapped to serve or give information on how things should be planned, I'd be happy to volunteer for that. That's it. Thank you.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay. You can, ma'am, you can go ahead and go back.
Bring this way down. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Jennifer Foster. I have been here in Lawrence since graduate school began, and that was a long time ago. And I've been going to the pool, indoor and outdoor, and it's kind of fun because I have my outdoor pool buddies and I have my indoor pool buddies, and they are people of all different walks of life, different ages, and it's just amazing how much community there is within the pool. The people who attend the pools during the summer and of course the indoor pool as well. But the summer pool is so special because it's a small period of time where we all come together and it's just kind of an amazing feeling to know that I have so many different friends that I see here tonight, and the fact that we are all hoping that you listen and really consider our petition towards maintaining the size of the pool as it is right now, because it is crowded. It is so crowded, and it's true that when I swim laps 4 or 5 times a week, and it's true that we have to wait sometimes a little bit of time for just half a lane to open up. So it's so important that we don't diminish the size, but we keep it the same size, because there are so many people of so many different walks of life that actually find the community pool as home almost, right? It's this wonderful place where we get to interact with people that we wouldn't normally interact with, and it's really beautiful in that sense. So just wanted to echo all of that, and I agree with everyone. And I just really hope you listen to our petition. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. I am seeing no more public comment on this. All right, I will bring it back to us for discussion and further questions.
I have a question, and I don't know if Holly gets to answer this on behalf of the petitioners or they have another representative, but since Holly led off, she can start. Just curious, one of the requests is to rebuild the shallow pool separate from the main pool, and I didn't hear any discussion about that. Just tell me what that,
Sure.
what do you mean by that? Like separated by how much or what?
Exactly. So in the preferred concept, that's exactly what happens, is that the shallow end gets built separate from the main pool. So when we crafted our petition and we were looking at the options for what might we ask for, we recognized that there was value in that element of the preferred concept. When babies' diapers leak, it shuts down the entire pool for a half an hour while they sanitize all of the water. If we have the shallow end separate from the regular pool, it allows us to maintain the regular pool staying open while the shallow end is shut down for a half an hour. So the Parks and Rec Department, I believe, saw the wisdom in that and recommended that as part of their pool renovation. We saw the wisdom of that and included it in our requests.
I see. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
I wanted to go back just to make sure I understand on this lifespan situation that we're comparing apples to apples. And so my understanding, again, is this, and I'm sorry for repeating myself here, is that the new concept has a lifespan. The new part has 35 years, and the existing part, which will be kept, has 20 years lifespan. Is that correct?
I'm going to let Jeff respond to that because there are going to be shared components or improvements that are made mechanically, pump-wise, that may be shared among both those places. So we're talking about the structural life of what would remain behind, but I will let him talk about the details. I can't answer that with 100% certainty of how that's what's shared, what's 35 years, what's 20 years specifically. So, Jeff, if you're available.
Yes, I am. So in the plan, we were consolidating the existing shell down to that 25-meter lap pool and the diving, and that would retain its existing piping system. And then the pool, we call the pool shell being renovated, but the reality of the existing pool structure is it is disintegrating from a process called decracking. So the concrete itself is raveling, and you haven't seen it occur as much to date. But I think at this point we're starting to see where it's really starting to ravel at the surface, and it's disintegrating through the entire section of that structure. And when we say that we are renovating that pool shell, the limitation is in that pool structure itself, and we are going through that pool and we're cutting out structure, part of that floor, all the way through the entire structure and replacing portions of that. So we're continuing, we're maintaining the piping systems, this upgrade, but we are selectively demoing, saw cutting out, and reconstructing portions of the pool that are experiencing that decracking at its worst. And when we do that, we're attempting to extend the life of it to the 20 years, as I stated, but the portions that we don't repair are going to continue to deteriorate, and those are the next areas you'll start to see the cracking and deterioration. So with that, anything part of saving that existing pool structure will have the shorter lifespan of hopefully 20 years with that selective demolition, and any portions that are new would be the longer lifespan.
Okay. So in that respect, if we went to the renovation and looked at doing that, then the entire concrete and the piping on that north section, the shallow end, as well as the north half of the 50-meter pool is going to be completely replaced. Is that correct?
Well, I think Louise might have mentioned that, but the renovation plan is again selectively demoing and replacing portions of it, not replacing it in its entirety. So that restoration or renovation plan entirely replaces the shallow fan-shaped area, but not the 50-meter lap pool structure or piping.
Well, I'm just looking at the slide, and it says that the whole thing would be replaced during renovation. Is there
The entire fan-shaped shallow portion, the 0 to 2.5 feet
Yeah, it says
deep area would be
concrete
entirely
and
replaced.
piping would be completely
structure.
replaced.
Yeah, it would be, yes.
Okay, so wouldn't that have the
It would
extended?
be, but the 50-meter tank in our plan, and I apologize if it's not conveyed accurately as well, but in that restoration plan we presented, we are saving and preserving the piping system and the structure for the 50-meter tank.
Okay. So what it says on the slide is that would all be completely replaced, the 50-meter part or the north half of the 50-meter part as well as the shallow one would be completely replaced, including the piping. Is that not accurate?
That is true for the preferred concept where we are building the new leisure pool with the zero depth entry, but it is not so for the restoration or renovation plan.
So the work that's going to be proposed to do on it, because the slide just says that it's going to be that it needs to be replaced.
And I'll take responsibility for that because
Yeah,
I did
I mean,
create that
that's what
slide
you're
and
telling us on
may
the
have
slide.
misunderstood that.
Okay,
So,
got
yes.
it. And so what would that do to the lifespan of that that north end as well as the shallow end?
So the entire 50-meter tank, north and south end, would be renovated, and again, there'd be a selective demolition to remove the worst areas of the decracking, and that would be repaired. The piping systems would remain, and the indication that we have from the pressure testing is that right now, those piping systems are holding pressure or intact, but those would remain. The pool shell would be renovated through selective demolition and replacement, but that whole 50-meter section and the diving basin would be the original structure and would be the 20-year lifespan.
Okay.
Question, Jeff, on the, just to follow up on my earlier question, if we wanted, you said the entire shallow portion would be rebuilt. If we wanted to rebuild that separate from the main pool, would that be figured in with the reconstruction plan, or would that require a whole new independent piping system separate if we're going to separate the two?
Yes, so is in the restoration plan, that section was being reconstructed and the subgrade was being rebuilt, and we were extending the piping, replacing the piping underneath that section, but connecting and extending it from the rest of the pool piping system. So to do as Holly suggested, to completely isolate that, pull that out as a separate structure, then you could put that on its own filter system and piping system and all that. Have two separate systems. That is not included in that cost. It would be a slight increase to the cost that we've shared for that. But we can price out that option.
Thank you.
I got one more question. So there was discussion tonight from the folks in the room about whether or not the participants in the community engagement as well as the survey, whether they were made aware of the fact that the pool could be smaller in size. Was that ever part of the questions or part of the discussions during community engagement?
And we had visuals of what the options were. I don't know that at that point we had a final, until we started calculating the numbers, what that final was. So I'm not sure at what point of the public engagement process. We certainly didn't conceal it, especially as we moved it through for consideration. And that was one of the reasons why we spoke to the consultants as we proposed three options, which we wanted to make sure that everyone was aware that in order to get too close to the square footage, that it would cost that much more money. So it may not have been communicated directly at that time, but in our presentations, we did hope that was conveyed.
Okay.
Any questions or
I don't think so.
discussion to start us off with? I guess I'll start. I'm leaning towards B, retaining the pool as is and just, kind of reconstruct and rehabilitating it, along with the multi-phase capital project that Luis suggested as a part of that. I am just throwing it out there to see where everybody else is laying.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm a little bit saddened that the fan shape section of the pool, which is probably one of the newest sections, is failing, and the oldest part is, maintaining its integrity more or less. So I feel like anything we can do to keep this investment that we put in 75 or 76, whenever it was, in the middle 70s, to really utilize that resource the best we can, maintain the size. I would be in favor of separating the pool if that was possible without a huge increase, but I understand the ADA accessibility is most important for me, and then I know that's a part of the solution right now, so I'm sure engineers could come up with a better one. But I'm really kind of shocked that there's not a single person that came tonight to support the plan from the public, the primary one. And I guess I'm not shocked because if they're paying any attention, they'd see so much pushback from a lot of the most common users. So everything I've seen, I got into this process a little late. I tried to listen as intently as possible and agree and understand that the information that we got was the best we could use. And for me, I've gotten a lot more information in the last 45 days than I think I could have ever imagined. So I appreciate that. But I feel like we need to reduce the potential for any budget overruns, and I think by rehabilitating the existing structure and reutilizing its additional and original shape, more or less, I think we reduce the risk of any cost overruns and then potentially can save money. So the money, the unknown potential costs of increasing this when we go out to bid, and also I think the user feedback we got from the public here, and then of course for months, I just don't understand how we could move forward in good faith with the first plan that we submitted or the one that we agreed to the other day. So that's how I feel.
I do want to thank staff for doing the pipe testing. I do appreciate that very much. Taking a look at that, I'm going to support the rehabilitation. I just see it as a more cost-effective way to do it as far as the lifespan of the structure. Just talking about the shallow end there, the fact that that's the newest part of the pool and it's not even performing as well as the rest of the pool. So I'm going to support the rehabilitation.
That's item B, right? Yeah.
Is it?
Just to be clear.
Okay, yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Item B, what you say?
yeah, okay. I just want to be clear.
So I'm looking at our page where we announced the second meeting in regards to the aquatic center and some of the renovations. And so there's a section here that says the city has allocated $6.1 million in the 24-28 CIP for design and construction. It is anticipated that much of the funding will be used for identified maintenance issues and needs. The balance will support a prioritized range of amenities. And once the process is complete, the city intends to have addressed maintenance concerns, provided new amenities, and expanded use of the pool. And so I do believe in the process that city staff went through, that they did accomplish that. I think what has happened is that as lots of events that happen in our community where there's that initial public engagement, public experience, and then it's reported that it comes to us, and so you get that second surge of public opinion and public input, which happens. We know it happens with everything. Public engagements, community engagement is not perfect. We've talked about it millions of times up here. There is no magic way to do it. You're going to find flaws in all of it. It is what it is. So I think what happened with this particular project is that we wanted to do, I think you had a project where everything wanted to be appeased into one area. And when you do that, then you see where two things can be true. Folks in the community want some of the nice things, water park features in their swimming areas, because we see it everywhere else we go, whether it's Topeka, Shawnee Mission, Johnson County, Wichita, wherever you go. But then you also have to accommodate for those who want it for other activities and programming activities that we also have here as well. Our swim teams, swimming lessons, things of that nature. And so having both of those, it just didn't fit. And this is what happens. And so it's not, I don't see it as a fail on anyone's part. I think it's just a matter of, the preferred concept was a way of trying to appease a lot of people, and it's clear that this is a project that's not going, that it going like this moving forward is not going to appease a lot of people. So I think if it is the will of the commission to go with the rehab option for this, based on some of the things that were brought up in the petition, but also with some of the needs to block off and some other pieces that have come up, that we don't look at any of the optional features. So if we move forward with the rehab option, that we don't look to do any type of optional water slides or anything like that, so that we keep it in as clean as a state as possible, so that when Parks and Rec does come back to us, and if there is a desire to have a phased CIP approach for additional items at that pool, we can. Or, as we may see in our master plan, a desire for another outdoor aquatic center like they have in other communities. So I do appreciate that. I do appreciate someone in the community talking about expanding things on the west side. We did talk about that. That was something that was mentioned in the CIP. So I'm glad that we will have a water feature out on the west side, and that there may be some opportunities with some additional conversations to do that. But that's my thoughts on it.
I would only add that, well, a couple things. You know, we spent a lot of time in talking in our CIP about renovations versus, rehabs. Do we completely repair the streets so we have the lowest cost of ownership, or do we, mill and overlay and make it last a few years? I do think, in some ways we're comparing, apples to oranges. I would say that, and we heard some of these comments tonight, that a complete replacement of the pool, which was the original question, again, replacing every part of the pool, the 50 acre, the diving pool, the swimming pool, the slide, the 50 meter pool, replacing everything, is that $13 to $15 million. The repair of the pool, leaving some of those features, obviously we have that number tonight. So I do think, one of the things that's very hard in public processes is to ask people to tell us what they want and then limit it by limit it by a budget. And I do think, as some of the speakers said tonight and otherwise, I think you get a lot of discussion about what people want, normally thinking about new things, not necessarily thinking about keeping what they had. And so, I'll support the rehabilitation, knowing that, at some point we're going to have to talk about, like you said, are we replacing this entire pool in 15, 20 years? For that $15, $20 million, we building a second pool, what are we doing at that point? But in the meantime, I certainly support, and I have, of course, talked to lots of people who still, even today, their number one thing is they want a lazy river. They would give up everything for a lazy river. Now, that's not the people here tonight, but I've, talked to people even today that said that. They give up everything for a lazy river because that's what their kid wants. So I think, I think, and of course, the folks here tonight, have that, if there's space and funds available, let's consider a lazy river. I think they support that. And so I do think, I guess I agree with Commissioner Sellers that I would not add any of the options at this point. I thought maybe we should put something in so people get, something fancy and new the first time. But we probably do want to phase in and see what people want in that space. Is it a splash pad? Is it a lazy river? Is it additional shade structures? But I think we take that up in the next round after we now say to the public, okay, we're fixing what we have, nothing new, nothing fancy, fixing what we have. Maybe we separate the the small pool from the big pool. Now you have a quote budget of X, whatever that budget is. What do you want to see new and fancy, and line that up along with this. So anyway, I'll support option B, and I look forward to the discussion about what's next for the pool and through the process. And I guess the only thing I would say is if we're rebuilding that shallow part anyway, I'd be interested in seeing what that would be separated. And obviously, as everyone's mentioned, adding in a ADA feature that we talked about last time onto the newly constructed part of the pool, or some other feature like that, I think are things we need to look at around the fringes there.
Luis, does what we all said, does that work with you? Kind of?
Yes, it does make sense. I just want to make one point. We have not ignored public opinion in any way. As a matter of fact, we met with with Holly Krebs and a few of her coalition members. We removed this item from the consent agenda that was going to happen in September so that we could have a public discourse. So I just want to make sure that the sentiment that we're not listening is not really factual. We are trying to listen, and that's why we're here today, listening to 40 great people who have an opinion of what we should be providing, and we want to honor that. So that's it. But yes, everything else is clear for how we proceed.
Okay, cool. And I appreciate that perspective as well. It's to go ahead and get these projects done. It takes a collaborative effort. So great. I appreciate you working on that end and being receptive to additional input. So
yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Do we need any sort of motion on that?
So we don't need a motion because they're not authorizing the contract, right? Or do you want a motion to choose option B?
Well, we gotta get direction.
I don't think we need anything to not move. We'll regather and bring back new proposals that take us in this direction.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. I guess we don't need a motion. All right. All right.
A break before City Hall?
Yes, we will take a break before item 2. So 10-minute break?
12.
12-minute break? Okay.
Just 2 for.
All right, 12-minute break. Can we do?
For it being Taco Tuesday, not me being able to participate.
Oh, that's right.
Okay. All right, we're moving on to item 2. Receive a presentation and final recommendation on the City Hall Reconfiguration Project, project number CM1-00001.
Good evening, Commissioners. Omar Mali, Senior Project Engineer, MSO, Municipal Services and Operation. Today's presentation is regarding the City Hall Reconfiguration Project, CM1-00001. The purpose of this presentation or this agenda item is to cover findings from the due diligence period and address questions, comments, and recommendations received from commissioners and the public during the last meeting we had on September 10th. Additionally, the presentation will outline future project engagements, discuss solutions to identify challenges, and present recommendation for moving forward with the purchase of 2000 Bluff Drive building. The requested action for this agenda is to authorize the city manager to purchase 2000 Bluffs Drive for the location of the City Hall and execute the bill of sale and all other documents. We have here Multi-Studio to go over the presentation. They will go over.
Omar, could you speak a little bit louder into the mic? I think folks are having trouble.
All right. Thank you. Well, we have Multi-Studio here. They will go over the presentation, and we could answer any question.
Thank you. I'm Katie Pullman, Associate Principal at Multi-Studio. And with me is Gwen Giggis, as well, an Associate Principal at Multi-Studio. The presentation today is to update you, as Omar said, on the findings of our due diligence, but just a reminder of why we're here today is the need of City Hall, of space for City Hall employees, and public engagement. I think tonight was actually a great example of how the current City Hall community space does not serve the need. There's not enough space, it's not welcoming, and it's not easily accessible for all. In addition to that, the space has, the employees have outgrown the space at City Hall to be able to perform their job. And work styles have really changed since City Hall was created. So there's a lack of efficiency at current City Hall, which also does not allow for collaboration and meeting spaces among staff and across departments. And it also has divided space where not all employees are even able to work within City Hall. For example, planning and development services and municipal court are in leased space. So all of these elements and challenges are why Multi-Studio was brought in to assess current City Hall space, and then it was determined to look at additional locations and opportunities for City Hall. We're still very early in the process. We have done a visioning charrette and building assessments. We've done high-level programming to understand, again, at a high level, how much square footage is needed for departments, and to make sure that as we're assessing other locations, those needs are met. We will continue, as Omar mentioned, with further design, and part of that will be community engagement as well. One of the questions that came up previously was what departments are being added to the City Hall program that are not currently housed in City Hall. We have the removal of one program, one department, MSO, but the addition of planning and development services as well as municipal court. There was a question as well about how much square footage you have today, City Hall has today, and how much our program needs are showing, and why there's a disconnect there. One of the things that you'll notice or may know is that City Hall is very inefficient with the structure and with the multiple floor plates. So this not only leads to a waste of space, but it also means that we're duplicating elements on 4 to 5 levels instead of one footprint with 2 levels at the Bluffs Drive. There was also a question about if there were any additional spaces needed for meeting, and asked if MSO campus could be utilized for that. What we're showing on this slide is that we are incorporating additional meeting spaces into the new City Hall program that there is space for, and so we don't anticipate to need any MSO campus space for meeting needs. So just a reminder of existing City Hall. City Hall is currently roughly 35,000 square feet and cannot be added onto or expanded. It does not accommodate future growth needs of City Hall employees. Access to parking is a challenge. It doesn't house all of the departments that interact on a daily basis. And there's a substantial amount of upgrades that need to be done to renovate this space. There was a question about phasing and if employees could stay in place in City Hall if renovations were undertaken here. And due to the infrastructure costs that I mentioned, we would have to completely move out due to that renovation.
So through the study, as we talked about last time we were here, we looked at some additional buildings in addition to City Hall. So the Reuter building, we pretty quickly realized the layout and the square footage for that really didn't make a lot of sense. So then we also looked at the Riverfront building and the Bluffs Drive building, which we'll recap a little bit on that too. A little more though on Riverfront that we didn't talk a lot about that the last time we were here, but we did do a pretty full assessment of that building. As I think was already been mentioned, the current lease in there is for 22,000 square feet, which if you look then at our program for PDS and municipal court, that actually, their program space is actually less than that because there's a duplication of a lot, restrooms, other circulation spaces that if you're able to put those all in the same building as other departments, we're able to actually reduce that square footage. But that current lease is approximately $300,000 a year. But what we really found when we and our engineers looked at the building is just how much work needs to be done and just some of the challenges of the building itself. All of the mechanical systems is recommended to be replaced. Some major upgrades would be needed for the electrical system. Very significant envelope repairs need to be done. And then I think it's what's pretty publicly known, there's some foundation issues that need addressed that we're really not even fully sure what the scope of that would be. The other challenge is if the hotel still remains, there's very limited access to daylight in a lot of portions of the building. So when we looked at that, we looked at just what it would take to renovate approximately 65,000 square feet, which is a little more than that 50,000, but based on just the way it could potentially lay out there and how we would have to have some vertical circulation. That was kind of the just square footage we ended up with the test fit. That was getting us to a total renovation cost of about $20 million. But again, that's only for 65,000 of a roughly 225,000 square foot building. So that's only renovating about 25% of it. If you were to purchase the building, there would need to be upgrades made to, the entire building or some maintenance items addressed at a minimum. So that's really, that 20 million only addresses just that renovation. It also, at the time we were doing these estimates, it was shared with us the acquisition cost of between 15 and 18 million. I think recently that may be less now, but that was what was shared at that time. So just to kind of get an idea of what that price tag could look like. Again, to kind of recap a little bit on Bluffs Drive, it is approximately 50,000 square feet, so just slightly under that 53,000 that we had programmed, but we feel confident that we can gain some efficiencies, particularly since this is just a two-story building. There's ample parking on the site. There's actually some extra space we'll talk about a little bit a little later on the site for some additional future flexibility of what to do with some of the site. It allows consolidation of PDS and municipal court in with the other city departments that are currently in City Hall. And really the goal is to improve the community experience with much easier, more welcoming access to city departments, easier wayfinding. You can access all the things that you need to, and trying to locate as many as we can in one location. And then again, improve the commission meeting space, which I think tonight's a great example of a definite need for improvement. And then also just improve the employee experience, create spaces that are tailored to our work styles now today. And there was a question asked previously about, what would be the cost to build a new city hall. Based on that roughly 50,000 square foot, we would estimate just the construction cost to be 25 to 30 million. So that wouldn't include site acquisition or other soft costs, which, furniture, equipment, design fees, those type of things. But construction costs alone, based on current construction costs we're seeing, we would estimate that to be in the 25 to 30 million dollar range. There was also, and this came up when we were met and talked with city staff, but just how this might fit with Plan 2040. I mean, we fully realize that Plan 2040 talks a lot about downtown. It's the cultural and commercial heart of the city, which we don't deny that. And but the way we feel like this does fit and align with Plan 2040 is really within the vision of what community facilities are supposed to be, and they're to serve residents and enhance the quality of life in a sustainable and efficient manner. So by utilizing an existing building, adaptive reuse of that fits within that, being able to consolidate departments and centrally locate that city hall within, not necessarily downtown, but within the city itself.
The other question that came up as we look at Bluffs Drive is how you're accessing and viewing and approaching what could be potentially City Hall. There was a question about how can we make the site more accessible. There was a question about if we could access the site from the north. There is a covenant in place prohibiting a vehicular connection from the north, which is understood, but we still think there's ample opportunity to connect from McDonald Drive and 6th Street, both from a vehicular, pedestrian, and bicycle access. There's opportunities to add prominent signage, to do landscaping work, and to shape the site to create better visibility all along those areas and those streets.
Can you pause for a sec? Folks, if we could keep down the cross chatter, as I said before, I'd really appreciate it, especially while the presentation's going on, because not everybody might be able to hear it. So thank you. Appreciate it.
The other question was about the parking on site, both in terms of if there's enough parking. There's ample parking highlighted on the screen. Is a number of spaces needed to provide parking for staff, and you can see that it doesn't take up all of the parking spots, so it does provide enough parking. And then the opportunity for the parking on the upper levels is roughly 45,000 to 50,000 square feet for expansion opportunity and overflow parking. There was a question about ADA compliance and if it is accessible. We know that that's an issue here at City Hall. For Bluffs Drive, there is minor public sidewalk needed for improvement and a little bit at the west entry, but otherwise Bluffs already meets ADA compatibility from bathrooms and access for that existing building. There is an existing elevator as well, so it ticks all those boxes. And finally, questions about solar. There is a great opportunity here, both on the roof and potentially in that expansion space, to provide on-site solar. Our consultants are roughly estimating 30% of energy could be offset based off of the previous energy usage from the building. And as Gwen mentioned, we have done our due diligence and the building inspections are complete. There is nothing, as we reviewed, that was unexpected. Most of the items that need to be repaired are purely from this building being unoccupied for a number of years.
So again, just kind of recapping from some, I know a lot of the discussions are of what happens to City Hall next, and unfortunately we don't necessarily have an answer to that, but that would be really a next step, and that's something that would be discussed further. That's not just there's no decision. That's not that it would just be left unoccupied, but it's just something to be studied in the future. So it could become part of the North Lawrence Comprehensive Corridor Plan study. You could look at selling it, and then I think most importantly, look at possibly repurposing it for a different city or community use. So not necessarily just letting it be and leaving downtown. Another big piece is just the engagement plan moving forward. So we've done some minimal engagement in this first step, just as this concept design. As the project moves forward, we would continue to involve more and more. So we would continue to we've met with every department already. We would have a much more in-depth meeting in this next phase in schematic design to really dive in on their exact needs, start to look at layouts of the departments, how those could work and how they could interact with other departments. So a much more involved process there. We would also have a sustainability workshop to set the sustainability goals and benchmarks for the project. That would be an early step we would do. And then have regular updates with the department leaders to keep them updated on the design progress and get feedback from them as it develops. So then externally also, there's already a portal on the city website that would be maintained and updated as progress is made on the project. We would communicate with the neighborhoods. I think there's been some minor communication, I think, between city staff and the neighborhood group near the Bluff site, but we would continue to engage them. We would include within the schematic design phase, which would be the next one, a community engagement session where we would share progress on the concepts, provide an opportunity for feedback, and then have the opportunity to incorporate that before we even finalize the schematic design. Again, the city would maintain some social media and email updates, and then we would, at the end of schematic design, again, be presenting here in front of City Commission. So again, just that reminder, we're so early on. We're just completed the pre-design phase. We're contracted through the schematic design, so that would be the next step for us to move into, is much more detailed design of the building. So based on all of the information that we've gathered over the last several months and looking at the multiple buildings, we really feel like the Bluffs Drive option presents the best opportunity at this point in time for the city. It's a fiscally responsible decision. It's a good use of taxpayer dollars in the sense that it is under $200 a square foot to renovate. And that's really hard to find right now. As I think we'd previously mentioned, we're looking anywhere from $450 to $550 to build new, sometimes upwards of that if it's a really difficult site. So it's a fiscally responsible decision in that sense. It provides the space. I mean, we looked, city staff can back us up on this, we looked for other opportunities, even in a near closer to downtown that could accommodate the size that we need. And that's really been the challenge, is to find the space that we need for some of these that are really large departments too, that need a contiguous space within a building. And just being able to co-locate more departments than we currently are in City Hall to gain some of those efficiencies. So ultimately, we feel that the Bluffs Drive building promotes that future growth for the city. It can better serve, City Hall can better serve the staff and the community as we move forward. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any questions?
I have a few. Obviously, we're going to hear a lot about keeping City Hall tonight from folks. But so some questions. I mean, I think you said this earlier when we talked about it last time. If we decide to stay in City Hall and renovate it, that cost, I think, was about $12 million.
Correct.
Is that correct? And you're saying we'd have to move everyone out of City Hall for 9 to 12 months, and then renovate City Hall to move everyone back in?
Yes.
Any cost estimate on where would we move the people? What would we do during that 9 to 12 months?
We did include $400,000 in that cost estimate, in that $12 million. There's $400,000 to accommodate some of those costs. We were basically based that on what the lease rate is at Riverfront, and then took that times the 35,000, I believe, to get to that number, at least to put some dollars in there. As far as actual moving costs, that's not accounted for within that budget, just not knowing what that is or what that could be. And then as far as the space to move, that we'd have not explored further.
Okay. I mean, I don't think you asked this. Well, let me ask this. If we renovated City Hall and didn't expand, that $12 million, that would not include moving PDS or municipal court in here, correct?
Correct. That's just a full renovation of this building.
Okay. So even under a renovated City Hall, we'd be looking for either continuing to lease Riverfront, which I'm not a fan of, or finding someplace else for those, or some service, correct?
Correct.
You did, I think you were asked to look, obviously one of your goals was to find a consolidated space for everybody. Did you look at any, I think the answer is no, but I'm just asking, did you look at any combination of the buildings? Like keeping City Hall some and using the Bluff some, or using Reuters for some and using City Hall for some?
We did. That is a possibility. It would increase the budget because in order to renovate both of those spaces, you'd be paying double the cost of renovating one space. But it is doable.
If we, I guess, if we were looking at two sites, keeping City Hall here and using a second site, so we weren't trying to get as many people, for example, in this building, is that $12 million renovation cost for this building, is that mainly, electric and plumbing and that, and just a little bit of it moving walls and stuff, or how much of that could be saved if we, for example, didn't change fourth floor at all because we're leaving those same people there and not moving folks around?
Yeah, a large amount of it is the infrastructure. But even as departments sit today, there are some people sharing offices. There are some people that can't come into the office because they don't have a space to work. So yes, it would reduce the cost. It wouldn't cut it in half, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a one-to-one if you couldn't just take that square footage
Sure.
and just say times the 200 and whatever dollars a square foot it is for the renovation of this building. It wouldn't be equal to that because a lot of it is tied up in mechanical, electrical, just other upgrades. And you'd still probably want to do new flooring, new paint, those type of things.
Yeah. And I assume the answer would be the same for the Bluffs if we didn't renovate all of this space, but lots of the cost is tied up in mechanical and so forth.
Yes, that building doesn't have as many infrastructure updates required. So that space, and again, remember, it's a lower cost per square foot to renovate, so you'd be getting less back. But yes, more of those costs are inherently in building walls, finishes, new spaces, et cetera.
Did you look at, well, the planning you did is folks at City Hall and Municipal Court and PDS.
Correct.
You didn't look at like bringing Parks and Rec over or bringing, I assume we wouldn't bring police or fire or anyone over else. Did you look at anyone else coming over?
No.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for now.
I just had a brief one. Cursory. How much acreage does current City Hall sit on, and how much acreage does the Bluff sit on?
I would have to look that up quickly to answer that, but we can figure that out probably during the public comment.
Okay. Any additional questions?
Right now.
Okay.
No, sir.
Commissioner Sellers?
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Finkeldine, one last run?
I'm sure I'll have some after the public
Yeah,
comment.
I'm certain. I'm certain. After public comment, we will all have some. Okay, thank you, guys. I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment at this time.
My name is Stephen Hill, I live at 1611 West 8th Street, and my family is deeply involved in the management and operation of the 2 hydro plants here on the river. And in my lifetime, I have lived in and around this area and worked here, so I know the history inside and out, participated in the selection of this site for this building. And I'd like to make some observations for you commissioners about this building and this location. We invited the city government to consider this site because it fulfilled a number of goals that the city had. Just generally opening up the river for the community to begin that process. Secondly, to have a signature building at the welcoming spot when people came to Lawrence. But more importantly, the city commission and the city manager wanted an anchor for the north end of town, which was in very poor condition. Remember, at that time, we had an industrial slum that stretched all the way to New York Street, all full of buildings totally unoccupied. The chance that we would put the City Hall here, which is the heart and soul of the community, the function of the government, it would act as a stabilizing force. And it would assist long-term in upgrading this whole end of town. Now, I'll make this observation 44 years later. The City Commission, who determined that this was a good spot, the city manager, which backed it fully, and the citizens of Lawrence who voted on this site affirmatively. In hindsight, it was a great decision. Because we look now at the 600 block of Massachusetts, which was poor, shut down, closed down, boarded up in 1977, and all those empty buildings and the silos and the flour mill buildings, they're gone. This building opened up this end of town for private capital and redevelopment. When you look at 6th Street now...
Time.
Time, sir.
Okay.
Time. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Bonnie Johnson, and my address is 1657 Louisiana Street. I'm flummoxed as to why the consultants weren't asked to thoroughly, from the beginning, use Plan 2040 and not come back to it after citizens mention it. And why we're not using the downtown master plan, which the City Commission a few years ago had as their prime directive, was to have a downtown master plan. Why that master plan was not used as the playbook for figuring out a site for City Hall or what to do with City Hall. I think you have probably seen in the newspaper and elsewhere all of the mentions of the importance of downtown as an anchor, that City Hall is an anchor for downtown, and that it is the civic heart of this community. I'm flummoxed as to why we're even considering moving it. We talked about how that this area was derelict when it was created for City Hall and it was improved. And then we had the wonderful Riverfront Mall, which now we know is crumbling. If we as a city give up on this space, Riverfront Mall will continue to crumble. You have so many tools at your disposal to make this happen. The downtown master plan talks about catalyst sites available downtown. Maybe this end of town isn't the be-all and end-all for City Hall. Perhaps there's another location downtown. They have been listed in the downtown master plan. Catalyst sites, opportunity sites, they are there for anyone to look at and to use. We have the potential for this area, including the Riverfront Mall, this property, recent parkland, parking lots nearby, to create a civic campus. And we have the tools to do it. Everything from transportation grants that would help close the Lawrence Loop at this very location, a pedestrian bridge, and all of the excitement around a river walk that we have longed to have. You also have all sorts of transportation grants, USDA grants for the farmers market to move to the top part of this parking garage. There's so much potential here. Let's grab it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Carter. I live here in town. I just wanted to speak about my puzzlement about the Downtown Lawrence Master Plan 2040. It reads like it's called out as a playbook for the future of the city, and to read it, study it, use it when you see changes that need to be made. For those people that aren't familiar with the master plan, forgive me for, I know the commissioners, you already know, but the participation, the people that took place in that spent, I don't know how many hours, but it was over 300 workshop participants, 833 residential surveys, 38 business and property owner surveys, 29 youth and student surveys, and that's just to name some of them. And the end result is, when they spoke to every bit of planning of the downtown, I'll read to you in case you're not familiar with it, and I'll be quick. But when they address the riverfront, it says the riverfront sub-area is home to City Hall and acts as the civic anchor of the north end of downtown. The area currently comprises City Hall, the riverfront plaza, and a parking deck. The riverfront plaza includes additional city offices and a hotel, but is primarily vacant. The city should consider consolidating its current offices and the remaining vacant space to ensure room for expansion to city offices in this area as the community continues to grow. Before expansion of city offices is necessary, the space could be utilized as a business incubator for local entrepreneurs interested in a mixture of commercial, retail, restaurant, and entertainment uses. Now, I know from what I've read in the Lawrence Times and in the Journal World that the document that is part of the selling agreement for the Bluffs Drive building states that that space will be enough for about 10 years. And then you will have to consider something else. So basically, it's a stopgap that has a fantastic parking lot, but a really bad location to serve the needs of the city, and to continue, like what Mr. Hill has specified so wonderfully, especially for those of us who haven't been here that long. This was voted on. This space was voted on. And so that really carries a lot of weight. I also think that all of us are aware that commercial real estate right now is not the business to be in. And so we've got no business buying something that's in an area that we don't ultimately want to be in. If you answered honestly, you would say, I'm confident. You'd rather stay in downtown. If you leave downtown with all these staff, the services...
Jennifer, it's time.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, we got people blocking the door here. I don't know why.
Can you please make room for people that want to exit or ingress from the door? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Marcy Francisco, live at 1101 Ohio, and I'm here to ask you to not authorize the purchase of the property at 2000 Bluffs Drive this evening. And I said in my letter, even if it were just a matter of money and space, more information is needed to understand all the costs of moving. No one wants to see a vacant building replacing the site of the former vacant grain elevators. The public who will be paying for this deserves to know the plans for the current building and what that might cost. There will be expenses if this is repurposed. There may be maintenance and improvements needed to make it saleable. But this is also a matter of place. City Hall belongs at the heart of the city. The City Commission met in the Watkins Bank Building, and then, I think, on the 4th floor of the bank building at 9th and Massachusetts, before finding this ideal spot on the river. How appropriate to have downtown bookend by the City Hall and the county courthouse. Lots of people have been working on the changes to the Land Development Code, hopefully to increase density and reduce automobile trips. This plan would see the city move in the opposite direction, requiring trips for members of the public that can't be combined with a stop at the post office, other offices, lunch, or shopping. Employees who haven't packed their lunch would no longer be able to easily walk to a restaurant to go out to eat. What is the closest bus stop to the location on the bluffs? Would cyclists need to pedal uphill? So I'm wondering if options for moving additional departments out of City Hall have been explored. The billing address for water, sewer, and trash would be changed if you move to the bluffs. So can the billing department be relocated in its own space? There's mention of the Reuters building. That might be a beautiful place to have a new city commission space. So please keep our City Hall downtown to keep our city government accessible and in sight. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor. My name is Bob Shum, and I'm at 1720 St. Andrews Drive. When I heard the recommendation that City Hall might want to look at locating on the bluffs, I thought, wow, what a dumb deal that is. It struck me as being so foreign because it's always been the pillar of downtown. It's been the support and the statement that is made about downtown in support of the rest of the businesses that are trying to be established and are long running. I started in 1970, and soon after that, we ran into somebody from out of town that wanted to put in a suburban mall here. And for the next 15 years, we struggled to try and persuade them to go away. And we were ultimately successful. All through that, everybody banded together. There were so many people that worked on keeping downtown strong. And in fact, if someone would have come up at that time with the idea to move City Hall out of downtown, it would have been complete heresy. And people that voted for it would have been planning heretics. They certainly would be. And, you know, it's just the statement that it makes that it's a pillar of the central business district, and moving it out is just, I can't even get my head around it. So, you know, it's just wrong. And I hope, the one question that I hope you will address tonight is, shall City Hall remain in downtown Lawrence? And get a vote on that, and after you decide that, then figure out what to do. I know you need different space arrangements here and different things. That's okay, but City Hall should remain in downtown Lawrence. Thank you.
I'm Amy Boffman. This was a surprise to me. I found out on Live, Love, Local Lawrence that you guys were talking about this. You should not be buying any property without the citizens voting on it. You should utilize what you have and remodel. Don't waste our money. Moving is almost always more expensive, especially right now. The interest rates are too high to do this, not to mention property taxes. You could, for more space, I mean, you could downsize some of your staff so you don't need so much space. Maybe some people could work at home. People do that all the time now. I mean, how much will you have to spend to get Sally Mae's building up to par? The parking is fine here. I love this building for the meetings. It's very convenient. And, I mean, so be inconvenienced and move out for a little bit and renovate this so it doesn't cost us more money. This is a beautiful building. And thank you.
Good evening. Thank you. Excuse me. It's been a long night. My name is Mike Trainer. I live on the west side, 1512 Prestwick Court. I wasn't going to read this, but I am, because I think I want to make sure I cover all the points. But I'm writing to ask you to reconsider the purchase of the Sally Mae building for the new home of Lawrence City Hall. In the mid-'70s, our community downtown leaders, downtown neighbors, and city leaders made the thoughtful and historic decision to tear down the grain silos lining the railroad tracks at the north end of downtown and build a new city hall, thereby anchoring the north end of downtown and symbolically reconnecting the river. Along with the county anchoring the south end of downtown, we preserved, enhanced, and protected our vibrant downtown community. Moving City Hall out west does the opposite of preserving and enhancing our downtown. It is important for the city to maintain our City Hall downtown. This recent article compared the dollar cost of renovation of new construction in various scenarios. Of those, it was concluded that the Sally Mae building was the most effective for the money. But what about the other costs? What about the cost of losing hundreds of downtown pedestrians? The cost of losing patrons in our restaurants and our downtown businesses? If the city makes this historic decision to relocate out of the downtown, why wouldn't others? The health of downtown is fragile. It depends on support and investment by our city leaders every day. Downtown Lawrence is one of the main things that attracts visitors and makes our city unique. Without a vibrant downtown supported by city leaders, we will become just like any other downtown or any other town. It seems so short-sighted to make a decision like this that will affect the city for decades based simply on cost of construction. Please open this back up for further study and more discussion and community input. I appreciate it. Appreciate the time. And there's lots of possibilities right here. And there could be a little civic campus that, uses some of the Reuter ground, some of the city's own ground on the parking lots. Might be a good location for some of the departments. City Commission room obviously needs to be updated. Perhaps has its own building along with some other city offices. But that would all be studied, and it would have a lot of input from community members and others that have a stake in what you guys do. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioners, my name is Susan Tate. We live at 710 Indiana. Thanks for this opportunity. It's fun tonight, actually, to hear the enthusiasm of people in Lawrence about what could happen here. The people understand the need to adapt office space, to renovate buildings, and I guess we're asking for you to have the same vision leaders of Lawrence have had for over 200 years when you make a major decision like this. You have a great opportunity, I believe, to do so. I wanted to be very clear because some commissioners I corresponded with seem to think that it would be okay to move forward on this proposal and decide what to do with the buildings later. I think Lawrenceans disagree. The actual agenda item states that you will give the city manager authority to buy 2000 Bluffs Drive for the purpose of relocating City Hall. It isn't just a matter of buying a property and deciding what to do about it later. I don't think anybody would care if you made a bad, I mean, people would care, but I don't, if you make a bad real estate decision, that's not good, but I'm not mainly concerned about that. I'm concerned about the history and the symbolism of our City Hall where it is now. Downtown City Hall is an important facet of the character of downtown Lawrence. In addition to acting as a north end bookend, City Hall's placement on the Kansas River is a welcoming landmark. From certain vantage points in City Hall, the vista includes the river, granaries. The granaries are incorporated into this architecture even, I learned. Corporate structures, bike paths, our oldest neighborhoods, downtown itself, Bowersock Power Plant, and bald eagle habitats. This is the place to announce that we have tomorrow bright before us like a flame. I mean, this is it. Just that notice on the front of City Hall from Langston Hughes suggests that we can do better than what we're doing right now. Visitors to our city manager's office and meeting rooms immediately get a sense that this city is special and visionary, and that's been the case for over 250 years. It occurred to me that the consultants, city manager, and commissioners haven't really defined for themselves what the term City Hall means. It's more than a collection of offices. The multi-story representatives exhibited no historical awareness of Lawrence. It was a very dispiriting presentation, actually. They seemed to have no sense of our downtown master plan. They dismissed Plan 2040. They spoke in terms of square footage and renovation costs, but never bothered to delve into the history of this town, which is a unique one and deserves that sort of attention from consultants. What happens when downtown's largest employer pulls stakes? They also seem unaware, as do you at the moment, of 21st century trends away from
Susan, that's time.
more office space. Thank you very much.
Hi, Dustin Stumblingbear. I live in Pinckney neighborhood, just down the street from this location. And between 4:30 to 6:30, there's no stoplight in between where 9th and Iowa cross and all the way down to McDonald and 2nd Street. And it's a hell of a drive for people going into or out of town. And you're talking about having people come in and out of this meeting area or that space if you're going to put City Hall there. So if that's the idea, consider revamping that whole street with maybe a light, because the traffic is going to suck for people going in and out. Also, I've walked in that area. It's not friendly. There's just no sidewalks. The streets, no one is looking. I also drive by there regularly because, like I said, I live down the street, and you don't see the building. You see the top of it. And that's how I know it's there, but everyone else doesn't see it. They're not going to know it's there, just like City Hall. Someone made a previous commenter commented about the view from the city manager's office up there, and I have the privilege of being in that room more than a few times, and it's wonderful. It's impressive. It is awesome for anyone that gets to sit up there and see that view and have that feeling of awe in City Hall. And I would just hope we kind of maintain and think about that versus the vista. If you're out on the building and over on Bluffs Drive, you're just looking at a bunch of trees, if that's the view you get. Otherwise, you'll be looking at a bunch of cars in a parking lot. It's just not the same, man. But I understand you guys got a lot to work on. You got a lot to consider and all of that. And just consider what the views are for us, and that this is an anchor. We didn't change where the library was at. We had a conversation about the pool tonight. We weren't talking about moving that. So why we have to move this to an anchor in downtown? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tom Harper. This is a big decision. Whenever you purchase a home, it's a big deal. And this came up on me really quick. and I felt pretty passionate about not wanting to move my home. I consider this my home also, and downtown, to be honest with you. We're talking about money again. Basically, it's 12 million, plus another 4.2 on the Bluffs Drive. I looked at the 41-page inspection. I was shocked. When I help people buy a house, the inspector usually gives us 60 to 90 pages on a house. We got a 5,000 square foot building with 41 pages. I can only imagine that there's going to be much more work involved than $12 million. I think about the 1986 movie, The Money Pit. I'd hate for us to go down that road and spend a lot more money than it's worth and then figure out, oh, let's create another city hall somewhere else. It's a student loan processing center. It looks like one, it smells like one, and even if you put $12 million in it, it's still going to be a student loan processing center. So this is City Hall. This is our home. It was made to be here. So I ask that you be patient. Really, it's important to be patient when you're thinking about a real estate purchase. Just because it's available doesn't mean we need to buy it. We will have other options. Promise, we will have other options to consider. So I encourage you not to make this decision tonight. Please, let's hit the pause button, or better yet, delete. So I ask that multi-studio engage the staff more. Since COVID, we all know that people don't go to the office as much as they have. I know that people are working hybrid at City Hall, and offices might not be needed as much as they were. Maybe meeting spaces would be more appropriate. And clearly, if more space is needed, let's wait and create another space nearby. Listen to the community. This is a really important decision. I can't think of another one that's more important. So I get shaky just thinking about it. It's so big. So please, let's hit the pause button and regroup, and thank you.
Hello again. I'm Kent Williams, 447 Ohio in Pinckney. I feel like the consultants did a great job working within the scope that they were directed to work within, which was exclusively technical. What it didn't include is the stuff of unmistakable identity, which is rooted in cultural and rooted in beauty and rooted in the meaning that we assign to places and the meaning that we practice in places. This place has that. And okay, so a great friend sent me a book. I got it yesterday. It's called Wisdom Sits in Places. It's Keith Basso. And the second, my dog ate the introduction in the cover, which is not a bad idea. Skip the introduction, get right into the meat. Chapter 2 says, this is a quote from Vine Deloria, American Indians hold their lands, places, as having the highest possible meaning. And all their statements are made with this reference point in mind. So it actually trickles into their language. That's something that we miss in our language, especially when we prioritize the technical without the counterbalance of culture, aesthetics, beauty, however you interpret that. So the cardinal idea here is the thing that hasn't been considered. That's been assumed. When we assume the cardinal idea and then we give the community options, we're giving them options that don't compute in the first place. I'll conclude with another quote, and I'm going to pull this one out of my memory. When the Kaw Nation was moved from here to a brand new mission facility in Council Grove, the Department of the Interior sent a secretary to ask them why they weren't satisfied. And the answer basically goes, why would any intelligent human being trade a thing of greater beauty for a thing of lesser beauty. And that is germane in this case. Thank you.
Well, once again, I didn't really come here to talk about City Hall. I was just sitting to waiting for the development code, but I just happen to be somebody who has opinions. Unlike some of the other people, I really don't have any great love for this building architecturally, but that's just my opinion. I do happen to truly hate the riverfront building. It's just a monstrosity. It just cuts everything off from the river. That straight wall up from the river is hideous. I would not like to see it renovated. I'd love to see it torn down. But I also think that the Bluff site for City Hall makes a lot of sense. It's the fiscally responsible thing to do. It's a great site, but I think it's the wrong decision in the long term to take the City Hall out of the center of the city. I would love to see any sort of plan that ends up with the riverfront building being torn down and replaced, possibly going out and just asking for architecture students, architects to make proposals for something attractive to put in its place. It's going to be a lot more expensive, and I understand that. I pay more in property taxes now than I used to pay in rent for a house. So I appreciate everything you can do to cut the budget and keep property taxes down, but moving the City Hall to the Bluff site, as attractive as it is, and as much as it makes fiscal and space sense, I think it's the wrong idea, and I think it's worth spending the extra money. If you look at other municipal buildings that have really stood the test of time, they didn't save money on them. They spent the extra money to make it a really nice place, to make it a really attractive place. They didn't save money on the county courthouse down here. We still have it. We're still renovating it. I think it's worthwhile for a government to spend the extra money to make something that really is nice and stands out, and then save some money someplace else. Okay, that's it.
I'm going to say the same thing that Mike did. I did not plan on reading this, but I think I might. So my name is Chad Battison. I represent the Simons family, and I applaud all of the comments that have been appended to the agenda this evening by the participants or the residents of Lawrence, imploring the commission to consider the significance of City Hall remaining downtown. As well as what you've heard tonight. I'm going to take a slightly different tact in sharing my comments. While I represent the Simons family, I can say, I've never done this before, so sorry. I can say that they have undeniably have been invested.
Sir, can you go ahead and direct us?
Have been invested and embedded in this community forever. I can also represent to the commission that they want nothing more than what is best for the city of Lawrence. That said, I am significantly concerned about the process that has gone forth, that has been engaged in, and the truly forever decision that sits before the commission tonight. I'm going to share some details. I would love to go into a lot of specifics and facts. I don't have the time, and I'm not sure this is the forum to do so. But what I will do is state some significant concerns and tangible facts that I am not certain that the City Commission has been given proper and accurate information. By whom and why, I cannot speculate, but I'm going to cite the following. I have no idea, while I applaud the efforts of Multi-Studio, I have no idea where and I'll just focus on one element, the purchase price of Riverfront came from. I represent the owners of Riverfront, and it did not come from us. So I question, and I beg you to question, again, the information that you have that you're being asked to make a forever decision on, where did it come from? And I can represent to you that it did not come from us. I can also say that there is a perspective that you can consider this where Riverfront is the cheapest alternative for the relocation of City Hall. I'm not advocating that. I don't know if ultimately at the end of the day that is the best choice, but I will say that we have made significant efforts to engage in good faith dialogues to explore that possibility and have been summarily denied those options.
Chad, that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wasn't planning to speak on this, but I do find it quite interesting that he just said that the quotes for Riverfront did not come from Riverfront. Is this another time where city staff has just given you lies? I mean, really, that struck me. I wasn't even going to speak on this because you guys have probably decided what you're going to do and heard from them. But really, we have the person here claiming that he's able to represent Riverfront, saying that those numbers did not come from them. You guys really need to be finding out what the hell's going on over here at these tables, because they are lying to you guys apparently on not just this, but other things. Brandon McGuire put in the newspaper tonight that there's only 2 people left at your homeless camp. That's a lie, but it's in the newspaper printed as though it's truth. So where did those numbers come from? I think you need to ask them and have them call them to the carpet. Tell them to provide the answer to where those numbers came from. If they didn't come from Riverfront, where did they come from?
My name's Jay Taylor. I live at 1532 El Dorado Drive. I believe that symbolism is important. And I also believe that City Hall residing and remaining in the heart of our community is imperative. I do work in commercial real estate. I understand, I think we all do, that markets fluctuate. Workable space downtown will become available. There will be other options. They may not appear today, they may not appear tomorrow, but other options will arise. In the interim, I think it's been mentioned tonight, remote working, hybrid working, temporary spaces. I think other options exist that will get us further down the road. I've heard tonight that, the consultants stated that this was a 10 to 15 year solution based on our growth projections. These are big numbers. These are very large numbers to get us 10 years down the road. Born and raised in Lawrence, downtown is important to me. This building, being downtown, these activities, this energy is important to me, and I think it's important to downtown. Another long-term vacancy, possibly. There's no way to, we don't have a crystal ball, but we've got a lot of larger properties down here that are vacant. I'd hate to see this one sit here vacant. I know that we haven't talked about, what backfills this space and how that, what the future of this space holds. But the void that I see, that I visualize when I think about this conversation and moving to Bluffs, it scares me to some degree. I recommend not forcing this decision. I think we'll have regrets. I think Lawrence needs, again, as much activity and energy in its downtown district as possible, especially with, retail changing, the office sector changing. And I guess I'll just end with, I think it's just imperative that these activities remain downtown. And I hope that we can identify other options to keep them down here. Thank you.
Hello, David Basson. Just listening to everybody and their comments about this building, and I've lived here for 55 years, so I kind of like this building too. I mean, how it's laid out, and one of my best friends actually built the Sallie Mae building, and I can guarantee you if he thought that, or they thought that was going to be a city hall, it would look nothing like that building. So, yeah, just to move into a building like that, and I get it. The cost value per square foot is good, and yeah, there are going to be some unseen costs for sure in the building. I know it's built good, but yeah, just. And I didn't get some of the things that they were saying about this particular building. I mean, $12 million to renovate it seems a little high to me too. And I mean, I've been in building commercial real estate for a long time. I mean, a few things: the Orient Hotel, Berry Plastics, Rock Chalk Park, and so forth. So I know a little bit about that. So and then to say you're going to have to move out. Everybody's going to have to move out of this building to renovate it. I mean, nobody renovates a whole building at the same time, and it does have different floors that you can shut off. So that was kind of out there too. Yeah, I don't know. And then just the access to that site there at the bluff is a terrible. Any way you look at it, you're going to have to redesign the roadways around there to accommodate people going into there and getting off work, going to lunch, and so forth. It already backs up. Like a guy that was saying that lives right over by there, and I drive through there regularly also, and it's a mess trying to get through there, let alone into the Bluffs Drive. Yeah, there's got to be some other options to keep the city hall here. It is a staple of Lawrence, and then, I mean, no one's ever even seen that building. It's been there since 1987. I mean, the trees are, you can't see it.
Time.
Mr. Baston, that's your time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Holt, the Executive Director of Downtown Lawrence, Inc. At DLI, we understand practicalities, we understand realities, we understand budgets, and using the taxpayers' dollars as best you can. So we appreciate it. We understand the weight of this decision. We truly do. Yet there are big picture concerns that people have talked about tonight, but we just want to underline. And that is, what are the repercussions of moving City Hall out of downtown? They are huge. There are the direct economic consequences that have been detailed, but there's also the message and the symbolic factor of moving City Hall out of downtown. And this downtown Lawrence is a very special place. It's one of the last few remaining downtowns that's truly a business and civic center. It has culture, it has entertainment, it has commerce, it has the sense of being the community meeting spot. We have community events downtown all the time. And why is that? One of the big reasons is that the city has been a partner and has been connected to the downtown here in Lawrence step by step for decades. And if City Hall is to move out of downtown, that will change things. There will be many negative ramifications. And lastly, this is the city center. Downtown is the city center, and City Hall needs to be in the city center because of the location, the accessibility, and the connection to the community. So we ask you to look at all options before making this decision with the express purpose of keeping City Hall in downtown. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lori McMinn, and I'm one of the homeowners that's covered by the covenant that prohibits access to the Bluffs Drive location from 5th Street or Iowa. And I was just really pleased when I was reading the purchase agreement on page 100 that covenant is acknowledged because we'll be watching that closely. Thank you.
Any additional public comment here in the room?
Hi, David Hawley, 1314 Van Tile, member of the DLI board, downtown stakeholder of Papaquino's downtown. Same thing that everybody else has said. I think it's just a huge mistake for us to consider taking our city hall and moving it outside of the heart of our community. I've seen, a lot of you commission members walking up and down downtown en masse. And, I just think, again, this is the heart of Lawrence. This is the whole reason I moved here. Like 21 years ago, I came here from Los Angeles. I didn't move here for Iowa Street. I moved here for our downtown. And I've stayed here and I've invested in this community and love this community, as I'm sure everybody here does. And I think, and just like the situation with the pool, we have to make this decision as a community. And I think everybody that you're going to talk to, and all the people that I've certainly talked to in Lawrence, feel strongly that it should stay. And now, does it have to stay at this location? I think there's a ton of other options to be considered. And I just think that we need to take our time and put a lot into this decision. It was certainly, a lot was put into this decision when this site was chosen originally. And I think, we have to take our time and really take a look at the options, and it should be downtown. I know other people have mentioned some other sites. Central Bank of the Midwest looks more like a town hall than this does. That could be a site that could be an offer made. There's 8 people that are working in there currently. That place doesn't need that building. And the Riverfront Mall, I had some developers looking at that property, and now that it's got cracks up the backside of the building, it's not of interest to them anymore. I think we should have, like we're called River City, we should have development along that river. We should have some kind of access. We should have our farmers market down there. We should have something along our river. And it's sad that it's kind of walled off. So I think we do have an opportunity to either take a look at that or some other locations in town, and it should be, about connecting, areas. It just has to be a site that that makes sense, and it has to be downtown. That's all I got. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Umut Bayramolu. I live at 1039 New York in East Lawrence. I would like to keep my comments very germane to your business, and I think that there are many issues on this agenda tonight that are very connected in a lot of ways. The outdoor pool renovation project, City Hall moving out of downtown Lawrence on the day that we have swept the Amtrak camp of our houseless neighbors. I live in East Lawrence. Today, I saw very many of my neighbors moving their belongings out of a camp on a night.
Umut, can we keep it germane to the City Hall?
I will keep it germane.
Thank you.
Mayor, thank you. I do think that when we say we have a strategic vision, and when we say we listen to Lawrencians on a number of issues, I do think that we need to keep our promise. And I do feel as though we have failed our citizens this evening. And I do think that there will be consequences this evening of people being forced out of places they had for themselves. And yes, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Umut.
Come on, Bart. Come on, Bart. You got to keep it. You got to keep it equal. You stopped her because she wasn't talking about anything that was related to this item, and then she brought it right back to that. About 4 weeks ago, I came in here. I was talking about a lawsuit that I had against you guys. You stopped me, and I said, what are you talking about? This is definitely germane to your guys' business. And then you said that because I was still talking about it, I was a disruption, and you ordered the police to have me arrested for it. Why did you just allow her to keep talking about something that you just said wasn't germane? The homeless specifically. She brought it back to that. Why did you immediately stop her and ask the police?
Sir, are you going to talk about City Hall in this?
Yeah, so that happened right here at City Hall. So that just happened just a little while ago. Boom, germane. So right here in this building, you just allowed her to do exactly what you were going to have me arrested for. Let me ask you something, Bart. Would you like that if you're a citizen and you come in here and you're redressing your government and it is completely germane to it and you're going to be unlawfully arrested? Same thing I asked your lawyer there. Do you think that would help your life or hurt your life? Do you think that would help your reputation or hurt your reputation, Bart? All I'm asking is just keep it fair. Just keep it fair. If you're going to have me arrested for it, then you got to arrest her for it. Just keep it fair. That's all I'm asking. Because that's called discrimination when you do it to certain people, me, but not other people. That's discrimination.
Any additional public comment here in the room?
Hi, I'm Jackie Schaefer. I live at 1930 West 5th, which is right across the way from the Bluffs building. And someone had asked about where the nearest bus stop was. I've actually walked down the hill. It's like at 6th and Main. And to walk back up that hill, it is quite the hike, or bicycle. I mean, I think if you move City Hall up to the Bluffs Drive, you are going to be limiting access really to people who have cars to attend. Because realistically, no one is going to walk or bike up that hill to attend the meeting. We don't even have trick-or-treaters on the street. I mean, kids aren't going to waste their time. It's too big of a hike. So I would consider that I think you'll be limiting access to people only who have cars. Thank you.
Okay. This is the last call for in the room before we go to Zoom.
John Hunt?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name's John Hunt. I live in 66044. I would like to address the public experience portion of the presentation that was given before this, particularly with specs on impact to access. I want to add my voice to those requesting City Hall functions remain in the downtown area. The analysis presented by the Bluff for the Bluff sites excluded discussion of traffic issues around the site, which, given those issues, I consider negligent. Access to the site is very limited. The main entrance off of 6th Street is a right turn, which is very sharp from the right lane just before the stoplight at 6th Street. The left turn lane at the same location would cause a great deal of bottleneck in that area, which is already congested, and it would actually, I think, lead to a dangerous situation at that location. There is an exit onto McDonald Drive, which was shown in the diagram, and it places the turn onto it at the intersection of the lane coming from underneath 6th Street and the turning lane from 6th Street where they merge. The merging of the three flows of traffic at one spot will be an ongoing disaster as far as safety. The site itself has many problems. Parking is on 3 levels connected by lengthy and robust steps. These steps challenge normal persons, let alone any elderly person. In the winter, with snow or ice, the steps become dangerous. I urge you not to move forward with any consideration of the Bluff sites without full and complete analysis of traffic and human factors for this site. We have seen earlier this evening how the city staff and management is able to manipulate presentations in order to reach a preconceived condition. I ask you to consider to take a broader perspective than what has been presented here, and I believe that you will find that there are many better options. In summary, City Hall functions need to stay in the more accessible downtown area and not be moved to the inaccessible Bluff site. Thank you very much.
Jeffrey Hepler.
Good evening again, Commission. Jeffrey Hepler, 66044. I'd like to repeat the sentiment that there is very bad site access to the Bluffs property. To move the current City Hall location is to cut off North Lawrence, arguably the most disadvantaged portion of our city. If you want to move to a Sallie Mae building, let me tell you, as a former customer of Sallie Mae, they're not built to last. You know it's crap a stopgap. It's not a good investment. Like Tom said, there will be other things that pop up. Look at the riverfront property. Even if we know it's crap, we know that there's foundational issues after the river renovation was done. However, this is an opportunity to invest in a climate-forward solution for our riverfront properties, because no developer is going to take care of that property. It's going to be our responsibility as a city to take care of that riverfront property. And the business opportunities that are being passed up by not investing in that, but for example, by putting a new farmer's market location there, it doesn't make sense to not invest in that potentiality. And also, mad respect for Multi-Studio. I do appreciate their work. They Yeah, thank you.
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I'd like to start with saying I agree with the other people about keeping City Hall downtown. Just it kind of is the heart of Lawrence, and I think downtown is the most accessible for the town, just because there's always buses going there. So for that reason, I think it's good to keep it downtown. Also, I kind of am also wondering about renovation. Like, would that whole building actually need to be shut down? Because, like, I've delivered to buildings where they're doing renovations, and they usually, like, they've shut parts of the building down usually, but not the whole building at once. So I'm just wondering if you do renovate City Hall, if the actual whole building itself would be shut down at once and not just like parts, like different floors. Also, I agree with Michael about what's going on with these riverfront numbers. If that wasn't provided by the actual riverfront people, I'd like to get the actual numbers, and I'm just wondering now, were the figures for the Sally Mae building, did that come from the actual owner or not? So I'm just going to ask that. I'm assuming they did, but I would have assumed the riverfront numbers came from the owners also. Also, Plan 2040, how is renovating the Sally Mae building? That would be within Plan 2040, but why wouldn't renovating Riverfront or that building on New Hampshire, wouldn't that also be within Plan 2040 while also keeping it down City Hall downtown? So I think downtown, like renovating something downtown, would be more within Plan 2040. And efficiency, if the city staff is going to say it's going to make us more efficient, then I say you demand like a 5% more output from city staff. Like if they're going to say it's going to make us more efficient, I say you do some kind of do some kind of data gathering to see if efficiency actually improves if this goes through, because I don't think efficiency is actually going to improve. I don't think we're going to get more out of city staff if this goes through. Oh, and accessibility, do you all still keep that east door locked at the current City Hall? Because I've gone to go, like, you have to go in the main door unless y'all changed it. So if you're talking about accessibility, I think there's steps you could do currently to make the building more accessible. And also parking, I've never had a problem with parking.
Chris, that's time.
Okay, thank you.
Melinda Ball.
Hello. City Hall is for the people, and it ought to be really voted upon by the people. And if it's not going to be voted on, being put on a ballot measure, then I just encourage you to take into account all of the people speaking tonight as a way, as their voice, and vote to deny this move request and to keep the City Hall downtown. Thank you.
We have more, Mayor. I'm just trying to get folks transferred over to panelists. Sarah Hill Nelson. Sarah Hill Nelson.
Hi, my name is Sarah Hill Nelson, and I just want to check and make sure you all can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My dad actually opened comments by speaking to the history of the site, and I would just like to speak to the future. And I see this as an opportunity for us to re-envision the north end of downtown and the connection to the river. And I served on that downtown master plan committee, and I sincerely hope that the community and the city can honor that document that we all worked so hard to create. And I see this looking forward again to the future as an opportunity to creatively address how we can retain City Hall downtown and revitalize the river corridor. I've heard some brilliant suggestions this evening about the farmers market down there, how we can reconnect ourselves to the river. We know that the General World building has some potential opportunities. Perhaps the building gets, extended and built over 6th Street. There are many different options that some of the brilliant designers we have in this community could envision. So my dad's generation made the commitment to downtown, and I hope as a community that we can maintain that commitment to downtown going forward. So thank you very much for your time.
Erin Payton.
Hello. Hello, City Commissioners. My name is Erin Payton, and I live at 1910 Marvon Road. I think I'm just echoing what most people everyone has said tonight. Does this reflect our community vision? I think it's clearly a resounding no. I don't think it aligns with our comprehensive plan. I know Mulde had said that there is an adaptive reuse of Bluff, but I think because of other factors, it just doesn't make sense. So our plans are expensive and intensive public input goes into them, as well as the time and energy of so many public advisory volunteers, as well as just the public in general. Honor this document, honor the Plan 2040 by following it. While I appreciate there are ways some parts of the plan have been considered, I think it is critical to the health of our most treasured piece of our built environment, and that is our downtown. So just a reminder, I'm going to try and cut this a little shorter than I had it, but in the growth and development section of our downtown, it states to strengthen and reinforce the role of commercial areas, promote economically sound, architectural, attractive, new, and redeveloped planned locations, and continue supporting downtown Lawrence as the cultural and historical center of the community. 1.1 of that section states that emphasize downtown Lawrence as the commercial office, civic, and cultural center of the city, and sustain and continue to develop downtown Lawrence as a mixed-use activity center. But furthermore, in section 5, it says highlight downtown as the community's activity center. 5.14 says promote a broad mix of uses. 5.15 says maintain and increase core concentration of residential, retail, office, civic, culture, and recreational activities downtown. Great cities have city halls downtown. Great cities have downtowns, and we are lucky enough to have a really great downtown. So it's the heart of our city, and we don't want to just be a sprawling suburb. So please don't big boxify our downtown. So one thing I want to leave you with is, if you are not familiar with Strong Towns, I think it's a great resource to look at and read about if you are a city commissioner. So this is an article from Strong Towns on building strong towns. Downtowns are also historically where people have come together. One of the questions on a Strong Town strength test goes like this: if there was a revolution in your town, a protest, a parade, a festival, a town emergency, would people instinctively know where to gather? Even after decades of the suburban experiment, which hollowed out so many of our cities, the answer is still the same.
Time.
Erin, that is time. Thank you.
Definitely true for Lawrence.
Thank you.
Dominique Sexton.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. I just wanted to echo Melinda Ball's sentiment that I do think that this
should go up for a vote for the citizens of Lawrence. If that's not feasible or if that's not an option, I would like to request us to have more time to understand the complexities of what this could entail, and allow the citizens to have more time to understand the situation too, because as I understand, I was not part of the first meeting, but this is the second meeting in the course of a month, and now we're finalizing the answer. And I just don't think this is enough time. I don't think that we need to rush this process, because if this is part of a 10-year plan, I think we should give it sufficient time to flesh out some of the details, get more input from the community, maybe, look for other feasible options. But I agree that the City Hall should be in downtown, whether it's in this building or a different building downtown. I don't think it really matters to me personally. But when I think about City Hall, I remember the times that I've been parts of protests or marches or demonstrations or parades where we would use the downtown as kind of our platform. And we would go from City Hall to South Park, or vice versa, from South Park to City Hall. And especially when we went from South Park to City Hall, it was like finalizing that symbolically we went to the place where the government is, our local government, City Hall, and we would end the protest, the march, the parade, whatever, at that place. And that would be kind of like the final hurrah. So I think it's important for the City Hall to remain downtown, because it is the heart of our city. I mean, the times that I used to work downtown, when I would see these things happen, I would either go outside if I could, or I would join in, honestly, if I could, too, as well. And I would see the support from our working members of our community who might not be able to come out, might not have a free day, and they would come out and show support, or, join in if they could as well. So I think it's very important symbolically that the City Hall stays downtown, because we see a lot of activism within the downtown community, the people that work there, the people that live there. And I think it is just good optics for it to be consolidated. And I also think specifically this one location is important to maintain, because it kind of reminds us of our past and the errors that we have made as a city. Across the street at Robinson Park was the location of the sacred red rock of the Carnation that was recently rematriated. Hopefully the city does something to commemorate that and the actual history of what happens. But then also we have that placard that is at the bridge that commemorates the 3 black men, Pete Vinegar, George Robinson, and Isaac King, who were hung from that location back in the 1800s. And I think it's important to symbolically have, the head of our government, our local government at least, in an area where we can see the reminders of our past and understand where we need to go from the future, and have like that physically grounded into the location as well. And I just think it's accessible.
Dominique, that's your time. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Leon Arbit. Leon Arbit. Oh, it looks like he does not want to provide comments. And then it looks like we have someone perhaps on a phone, but there's not a name. So if you can go ahead and.
I'm sorry, is that me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, my name's Matthew Michael. I'm at 1321 New Hampshire Street. I am a recent Lawrence transplant, and I was a 2-time elected official, so my heart goes out to all of you trustees, and I sincerely thank you for your service. I've been to many meetings that have gone past 1 a.m., so I feel your pain sometimes. We actually had this exact same scenario follow through with the municipality that I was elected in, and a really good solution that we came up with was that we kept our city hall in the exact same location that it needed to be in, and we created an administration annex. And because of the wondrous miracle of the internet and being able to have Zoom meetings and send things back and forth, we were able to alleviate the workflow within our building. We could keep the major civic responsibilities within our primary location of the downtown area and still, give the space that our employees and, community needed so that we could quickly turn around their requests and provide with the services that they needed. There's so many unseen parts to the management of a city that sometimes we just need space to be able to do that. So, maybe this facility is a little bit too big. It's been alluded to that there are possibly other possibilities that may pop up that may be a little bit smaller. And I sincerely let you consider, keep on chewing on this problem. Don't just give up and say nobody wants this. Get an administration annex that gives all the unseen parts of space that they can, work in a really positive work environment and do what they need to do to help this city run as smoothly as possible. So that's it.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay. I'll go ahead and bring it back to us. Discussion and questions. So I guess I'll start off. Were you able to find an answer for me? All right.
Yeah, so to answer your question, Mayor, the City Hall right here, sits on 1 acre. And then the Bluffs Drive property is just 6.01 acres is the main portion. And then there's a small property kind of along 6th Street on the south side of the drive that's an additional 0.85 acres. So this is 1 acre compared to 6+ acres there. And if you'd want, there's a couple items that kind of came up through the public comment that I'd be happy to address to at this time that might answer some of your follow-up questions. First off, just we did look at what at least the current staff is working as far as in-person versus hybrid versus remote. So we took that all into account as we were doing the programming and how much space that takes. So hybrid workers, as much as they don't maybe take a full dedicated workspace, there's still space that's needed there. And we also really took into account the meeting and flex spaces that are needed as well within the programming space. And then to address the comment about renovating this building, having to move out, it's mainly related to the electrical system. It's not broken up by floor by a panel like you would typically see. So it's not saying it's impossible that you could stay in the building and renovate it. It would just be a lot more complicated and would take a lot of homework to do and a lot of figuring out how we could move people around to make that happen. But that's the main concern from our engineers, was like it would be really difficult to keep the electrical system up because they can't just take it off floor by floor or wing by wing. It's like all or nothing essentially. So that's why we've advised that it would be probably most cost effective to move out. And then just a quick thing on access to the Bluffs Drive site. It's intended that the city would work with transit to get a bus stop closer to the site to improve that access. And then we would also propose a connection of the sidewalk off 6th Street where you're not having to navigate the drive with the hill from a pedestrian standpoint. If you stay along 6th Street, there's actually a connection that doesn't have to take you up and basically back down the hill. So providing improved bike and pedestrian access to the site. That has been something we haven't studied in depth, but have looked at and feel like it could definitely be accomplished.
Have you looked at I guess the ingress egress from vehicular traffic and whether or not we need a stoplight or it's
nothing. It was a traffic study. It was not part of our scope at this time. So that has not been looked at.
If you allow me, I could add to that. We are not changing the use of the building, so there's no need for a traffic study at this point, but we could look into more details once we go to the design.
questions or comments?
I don't know. Does anybody have any more questions? I do have a question kind of related to the traffic study. I know that when it was Sally Mae, at its high point, it had like 360 employees there or something like that. Were there any previously or, known traffic issues that, they experienced or you might have gleaned from that?
Well, we looked into it a little bit. I didn't think there was any issues that raised our team to look at, a traffic study, because it was built and designed in that way with this, amount of employees to be in that building.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may, there was a question that I had that came up from the audience as well. The 10-year projection, you all responded to my question about that. I thought it might be helpful.
In terms of?
You're saying this is only a 10-year solution?
Yeah, so when we look for growth projections of a business or a company, it's really not feasible you're starting to guess and look at crystal balls after 10 years. So it's not saying that after 10 years this space is no longer usable. It's saying that the way that we're able to project is really true to 5 and 10 years. So it's not that this space would not be usable after 10 years.
Okay. All right. Any additional questions?
I don't think so.
Okay. Commissioner Finkelstein, I think we're to the comments phase then.
Thanks for everyone for coming out and looking at this. I mean, obviously we've been thinking about this for a while, and, it's given what we've gone through for the last 2 years, last year in particular through the budget season, if our consultants would have come back and said, let's spend $30 million on a new building downtown when we had a $12 million budget, some of you might not be here, but we'd have a whole different crowd here saying, well, why would you be spending $30 million on a new building downtown, even if it is downtown? I think in the same kind of vein, spending $12 million to improve this building, adding $1 million on that to move everybody out, rent space somewhere downtown, be gone for a year, bring everyone back, including moving all your IT infrastructure because you lose electricity, and then still have no room for PDS and municipal court. So you're spending $300,000 plus. That's if you can stay at the riverfront, which is probably not likely. Where do we move them? And over that 10-year period, we're spending $4 million in rent, $4 or $5 million in rent, trying to rent space. That's not a particularly good option. Clearly, the economics would say that the Bluffs property is a good deal. But I guess, where I'm at is that, I think City Hall should stay downtown. But as a lot of people said tonight, what does that mean? What does City Hall mean? To me, that's the core public-facing operations. Because remember, PDS isn't in City Hall, municipal court's not in City Hall, Parks and Rec is not in City Hall, MSO is not in City Hall, police is not in City Hall, fire is not in City Hall. None of those were in City Hall, but that's not what makes City Hall. And a lot of people who spoke here tonight talked about really the idea of City Hall and those public-facing parts of that. So I mean, and I think when the last speaker said it, I think I'm more interested in keeping City Hall downtown, certainly, but City Hall possibly in this building, but also looking at some sort of, administrative annex in that, as an example, the county just moved whatever, or about to build a new building to move whatever, 60 sheriff's officers and 20 911 folks out by the jail, and no one really said, oh my gosh, they're abandoning downtown, because the courthouse is still downtown. And in the same way, I think, if we found a different place to put IT or found a different place to put finance, be that someplace downtown or be that at the Bluffs, I think we can keep City Hall downtown, but we could find another place to make it work, because it's clear that this 1980s building is not sufficient anymore, that expanding this building doesn't make sense. Keeping this building might make sense. It's going to be pretty expensive, and we'll still need a second location. I see a future down the road where we are redeveloping everything from Amtrak to City Hall, or maybe Amtrak all the way down to Bertram. I see a future where Riverfront Mall is not here. I see a future where we open the river up to new opportunities, recreation opportunities, river opportunities. I see that all coming, and I think City Hall can be part of that. And I think that's not going to happen tomorrow. I don't think it's going to happen 5 years from now, or might happen 5 years from now, but, we have to be ready to adapt to that and be ready to spend on that. So, I think we need new space. I don't think we should be renting space. I think we need to keep, stay downtown. So I'm open if we think that the Bluffs is the right kind of annex building for that. I think if you did that, you could, bring some other functions possibly downtown, down to the Bluffs building. I'd want to look at some of those other outlying entities that are in other places and see if we could bring some. We would not get the efficiencies, we would not get the consolidation, but we would keep City Hall downtown. So I guess that's the way I'm leaning. And I guess to me there is kind of two questions. One is where is City Hall, and two is whether or not we buy this building as part of that solution. So what I'm thinking.
Well, I would agree that, just my initial assessment, we need to have a presence here downtown, in this building, in the City Hall building. But that is also coupled with the need that we need space for our employees. I've heard a lot of people talk about the building, their love of the building, which is great. I appreciate that. But it's not a museum. People work in this building like 5 days a week and, most of the year. And they have a right to have a space where they feel comfortable, safe, and, enjoy going to work as well. So that's also what we have to take into effect as well, and make sure that, we are providing for our employees in that way. So, we're already kind of stacked on each other as it is in this building, and with complications from Riverfront, more employees will probably be coming to this location, so it might be a little bit close for comfort. So, yeah, so I guess it's a long-winded way of saying that I'm kind of leaning a little bit towards what Commissioner Finkeldye is saying as well, of figuring out, if we can, a way to, one, maintain our presence in this building downtown, but also, have an additional location for employees that might not be forward-facing, and it could, have that space as well. So.
I think I'll start just quick. I appreciate what Commissioner Finkeldye had to say. I think through a lot of this conversation, I don't think that the answer or the question is that commissioners don't have an understanding or they don't know what City Hall is. I think we all have a different perspective of what is City Hall. And so I think what this has brought to our attention is, to his point, is what are the aspects, because City Hall is a lot of things. but is it the matter of the physical presence of different departments that are here that are the anchor and not necessarily, planning and development? Is it about the court? Are we more concerned with having the presence of the commission and the court here, and we're not really worried about Parks and Rec, no offense, but just to that piece. And so as we were having these conversations, and I think even as going over the previous conversation we had about the Bluffs building, what I saw was an opportunity for us to create a space that really opened up City Hall to the community. I mean, we talked about accessibility and whatnot, and I felt like we were starting to use that as a dog whistle. But what I'm talking about is really having a building where folks walk in, and not only can they navigate it and know that it's City Hall for this, but that they are a part of it, and they have an aspect, there's an aspect of community within the City Hall building. And so, I researched, I just, went to the Book of Googleations and just researched new City Hall infrastructure, and read different stories about different City Hall buildings that were expansions, to the point of the gentleman, our new convert that's here that talked about annexation. And so I started to see the Bluff building just as that, where it may be that we're not using it at its full capacity, but we're separating folks out. That could be it. This could be the main location for meetings and for managing staff, or things where there needs to be a more intimate relationship to, and this is the administrative building, and that you have the Bluff building for other departments that spread out, that have that natural, intersectionality to each other, where it's HR and finance, planning and development, and environmental sustainability, and things of that nature. And looking at it from that perspective, but opening up the different buildings to see what else can we be innovative in bringing into these buildings. We've seen municipalities that use their city halls to expand access for meeting places for local, for community organizations. So it's a communal space. We don't have a lot of communal space here other than the library. Other city halls have opened up their buildings, whether it's annex buildings or renovated buildings, for information hubs, small business development hubs. So it's that aspect of your city hall is a connector to economic development, small business economic development. Why not create that incubator space here? Incubators are not just one location, there's multiple locations. So what are we doing to meet the needs of the strategic plan and building that into the community relationship within buildings? And so for me, purchasing the Bluff building could be an opportunity to fully relocate City Hall there, or it could be an opportunity to be temporarily relocate if we choose to, if it's the will of the commission and the body of people to keep those main components here and moving folks over. Sorry, is someone talking while I'm talking? Thank you. And have some components here and some components at Bluff. It gives us possibilities. And so if it's a matter of there's certain departments that we want public facing here in this building, let's say that. Buying this building doesn't say that we don't do that. What I'm hearing from folks is that if it's worth spending the extra money, do it. So if that's something that you want, and this is something that we desire, then I think purchasing the Bluffs does make a good deal of sense.
Can I go?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
So I don't have a whole lot to say. I think the rest of the commissioners and I think the public gave us the input we needed for this decision tonight, for me at least. I believe that the Bluffs building does represent an opportunity. I just don't know if it's an opportunity for the city. I've looked into the property. I've walked over it a few times. I'm not familiar with the insides of it, like you two people who've been paid well for us to understand it better. I was disappointed in the inspection report. As somebody who does this for a living, I have to underscore the fact that we really don't have a high-level understanding of the condition of that building. And I don't know if we'll ever really have one until we get serious about, making or moving forward, making our offer, and then a due diligence period probably. So, or closing the deal. So for me, there are way too many unknowns about the physical condition and the quality of the building at the Bluffs. No offense, but I've looked at lots of real estate over the last 20 years, so I feel like I have a decent understanding of it. I really do see an opportunity for it to be repurposed, and I think we need to endeavor to do so, but the fact it's remained vacant for so long makes me wonder about the negative externalities or the cost associated with doing so. So the fact that it hasn't been operated for a long period of time makes me very uncomfortable. As somebody who inspects buildings that have been mothballed for many years, I can see the negative consequences that were uncalculated and untold in the original estimates of the architects and engineers. So that's something that really concerns me, the fact nobody's been in there. So I agree with all the other comments. I think we need more civic space for our community and for our employees. They deserve to have an environment that is healthy and accessible and relatively safe as well, given all the concerns in our community. So I don't feel like speculating on land is the city's job, and taking it off the tax rolls, which I was having conversations with county commissioners recently, and they immediately jumped at me for even considering taking something off the tax rolls because of the need this community has for real estate and improved taxes beyond the residential tax base. So for me, that's something we really haven't discussed in this formula, and I know what the net costs or benefits are for that. It's not a huge amount of money, but it is an opportunity for us to consider whether we want to reduce our tax income from that as well. So that's something we need to discuss. And then also, I think we need to make a commitment to downtown. I 100% agree. When this idea came up at first, I was very kind of shocked that we were having this conversation. I think I made it clear sometimes that we tend to overlook just how hard we fought to maintain our downtown, and I know nobody's talking about moving services, but I think when we move people and activity and energy from downtown, we lose that connection with the past that we have. And so whatever we can do to maintain our operations in downtown, I want to be a part of. I want to be a part of renovating buildings, if at all possible, and repurposing and reusing them. I just don't know if I feel comfortable moving forward with this particular building in this particular instance for this price. And more importantly, given our economic conditions right now, we just talked about $3 to $4 million for a pool. And I feel like if we can't afford to spend $6 million or $10 million on our office building for our city employees, then, we really need to be really considering what our costs are and how we can afford to run this community. Because we have a pool we're going to spend money on, I hope, and if we look at the cost and the benefit of what we're spending $3 to $4 million on, I feel like investing in this building feels like a decent investment in order to tide us along so that we can make, I think, comprehensive decisions on not only where we want our people, but how we want to develop our riverfront. And I feel like when we abandon the riverfront, if we walk away from this, not actually, but in some numbers of people and employees, I feel like we're going to remove that energy, and we're not going to really have another chance at harnessing the riverfront like we could if we were in the position we are today. So that's kind of why I feel like taking a step back, not making a final offer on the building, and considering our options with repurposing other buildings, not moving the entire city hall, just perhaps 20 or 40% of our staff or whoever we need to move wherever. I think we should employ our consultants to give us ideas on how we can split our services, since we've all spoken today about leaving a figurehead downtown. So the question is what that would look like. So we're not going to abandon this property. We're not going to sell it. We're not going to give it to somebody else. So those costs have to be realized as well. And then we're not really going to download this to somebody else. We're going to probably keep it. So if we're going to keep it, let's think about expanding our footprint here rather than leaving and moving a couple miles or about a mile and a half down the road. So, for me, it's about improving and investing in downtown like our forefathers, and more importantly, like the people who have come before us today, who realize and who've invested their lives and their money in this community, and realize that this is an important part of our community and needs to stay in downtown as much as possible. And we need to evaluate, I think, where we put the remaining people who can't fit here and how we can reconfigure the riverfront in order to do that. That's kind of where I'm at.
Just to interject, can we please keep it down when other folks are speaking? Appreciate it.
So as we've been talking about, or we've been working on this project for some time, a year, I have always thought that it's a good financial decision to do the Bluffs property. And that's how I viewed it technically, financially and technically. But to me, it only works if we sell City Hall for whatever amount. It's right now valued, I think, $6 million. But as I've talked with folks over the last several weeks and learned more about the history, even tonight, I learned some history that I didn't know. It's perfectly clear to me that we aren't going to sell City Hall. We just are not. And so the Bluffs property doesn't make as much sense to me from a financial standpoint. And I would really like to see us stay downtown. After the various conversations I've had and doing research on it. We do have some property just on the south side of the parking lot out there that is owned by the city that's not on the tax rolls. I don't like the idea of losing property downtown that's on the tax rolls. So I think there's some exploration that can go on there about the possibilities of that property that's already off the tax rolls. I think it's time to take a pause and look at some of these other options. My preference, just based on the conversations I've had over the past few weeks, and not only just looking at the financial side, which is what I was doing, but to understand that there's a value to our building here, to our downtown, and the cohesiveness that the civic aspect of our downtown with the bookends, what that means to our community is just as much up there as the financial on this decision. I'm not saying every decision, but on this decision. So my preference is that we keep City Hall downtown here, but we do need to look at another building, annex or otherwise. And I prefer it to be downtown if we can do it on property that we don't pull off the tax rolls.
I hope a lot of these folks in the crowd come back when we amend the CIP from 12 million to 25 million.
Yeah, and that's the
keep City Hall downhill, because that's going to be, I mean, that's the hard part.
Yep.
Is trying to understand what, keeping this building and solving some of our needs. Is more than a $12 million endeavor, and so it's, that's the tricky part.
Yeah, the long-term costs are much higher. We all know that, and I can't understand totally the fiscal part. It makes sense on paper.
But it's going to cost us much more in the long run, but what's the value that we're getting out of keeping City Hall here? And continue to keep that civic aspect of our downtown, which was discussed in the master plan for downtown, which is important. But you're right. We hope folks show up when we're looking at more of like a $20-25 million project or more. So maybe we need to bond that. I don't know. Put that out for a bond. See how folks really want this, how much they really want it.
So what are you thinking, Commissioner Finkel? Given,
I think you call for the vote.
yeah. What's that?
I think you just call for the vote.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm trying to see if a vote is needed, or if we want to.
I think we have to. We have to vote on it.
Oh,
it's up or down. So
yeah.
Okay.
I move that we authorize the city manager to purchase the 2000 Bluffs Drive for the location of City Hall and execute a bill of sale and all other documents identified in the attached agreement for the sale and purchase of commercial real estate necessary for the acquisition of this property.
Is there a second out there?
We're not ready.
I didn't think we were.
It dies for lack of a second.
What's that?
It dies for lack of a second.
So I imagine those who don't want to second it to have an up or down a vote. So for those who are voting against it, what do you want? What are you wanting to direct staff to do?
Well, I think under the agreement, we have a contingency under the agreement that we'd have to vote no, that we don't want to use it. So we need a vote one way or the other.
That's correct.
Yeah.
But by the date that the contract would go into effect.
So why don't you try 6?
So what's the date? What is there a date on that?
I do think it's December 6th.
So we have to vote
Still
no.
have a motion on,
You still haven't?
Yeah.
or no?
Well, at this point,
We're
I rescind because we're discussing.
Yeah.
So I rescind my motion.
So we have to vote regardless by December 6th.
Right. If we don't take other action to negate the contract, it goes into effect and we become owners. So we need to send proper legal notice at the status of the contract before the due diligence period would expire.
So we can either vote tonight, you can
Yeah.
defer for a couple of days, couple of weeks. I don't want to defer.
Yeah. Could you please keep it down? We're still discussing up here. I know a lot of you have been around, this area and, also City Commission. Please give us the respect to go ahead and discuss this. I implore you. Thank you.
Can we change the action, Sherry?
Yeah.
Make whatever motion you want.
Yeah.
One possible motion would be authorize the city manager to cancel the agreement for the acquisition of the Bluffs, 2000 Bluffs Drive, for the location of City Hall. And then if you vote positively on that, then the city manager can communicate that to the purchaser, or I'm sorry, to the seller.
So I'll make a motion on that, based on that. I'd authorize the city manager to cancel the purchase at 2000 Bluffs Drive, the location of City Hall, and not execute the bill of sale and all other documents identified in the attached agreement for the sale and purchase of commercial real estate and necessary for the acquisition, or not acquiring the property. Is that close enough?
Second?
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. And then those opposed?
Nay.
I will vote nay because we do need to figure out another option for property and, folks to house them, just to be on the record. But I do recognize that we do not have consensus on it, so.
And I was going to say, you got to call the code before you give explanation.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I apologize.
What's the vote?
Nay.
I'll vote.
Passes.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. Passes 3 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative, and you are correct, Commissioner Sellers. Now, give my explanation. I apologize. Yes, I was voting in the negative, just to go ahead and note that we do need to figure out a space solution for all of our employees eventually. So, and that is of paramount importance. So, okay.
So, Mayor, if I may, just for next steps, we will continue to work on this. We've heard the input tonight, understanding that we need to develop some solutions that stay within the boundaries of what we discussed tonight and give you some options coming forward. I would expect that may take us a few months, and we will continue to do that diligently and bring you back something.
Okay.
And keep you updated on the progress.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
You got 15 minutes to get through the land development code.
What's,
I appreciate that. I agree. I would have.
okay.
If I felt like
Right. Okay.
We need,
one answer.
I know.
We have enough time to do the land. Not good, right?
Yeah.
Gotta bring it up.
Yeah. Hey,
$25 million for 4 things instead of 1.
Okay.
I don't know
Let's
where.
get going because we have
have enough time to do
No.
we have to take a vote. You know, if we don't do it tonight, we don't. I mean, we don't vote on this November 12th. We have to have the work session beforehand.
Oh, it's a requirement?
Well, we don't have to, but we don't have. We only have November 5th. Election night, we could have a work session and bring it on the 12th.
I'm okay. I just
Okay.
It's a short presentation.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and roll with it.
I
Are
read
we
through
gonna
it.
go?
Seems like
Yeah, we're gonna go. We're gonna motor through this
Not a good time to,
because we have something in November where we have to go ahead and affirm it.
I know.
Okay.
All right, folks. We're gonna go ahead and do the work session item. The work session provides an opportunity for the City Commission to discuss items in greater detail. The Commission will take no binding action on items presented during this time. Work session topics are eligible for public comment. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. Let me just briefly introduce Elizabeth Garvin with Clarion Associates is here. She's been part of our project team. She's available. She'll be presenting virtually online. And then, I'm sorry, my name's Becky Pepper. I'm the planning manager with Planning Development Services. So along with Elizabeth, Jeff Crick and I are also available to help answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Mayor, we go?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't expect you from there. Okay. We're good.
May I screen share?
Yes.
Just let me know if you have any issues.
Thank you. It's telling me that the host has disabled participant screen sharing.
Can you give it another try?
Sure. That worked. All right. Good evening, everyone. Good late evening, everyone, moving into nighttime. We have an overview presentation. I believe this is in your packet. I'm going to go through it fairly quickly. I don't think the information in here is new overall to the project, so stop me if there is something that you want to spend a little more time talking about. I'm Elizabeth Garvin. I'm with Clarion Associates in Denver. I've been working on this project with Becky Pepper and Jeff Crick and other members of Planning and Development staff and MSO and our steering committee and the Planning Commission. This project has been going on since about June of 2022. We have redrafted the city's land development code, and we're now in an extended review and adoption process. We have 4 project goals: identifying opportunities to meet city goals in Plan 2024 and other applicable plans, creating more predictable development outcomes, simplifying and streamlining development procedures, and making the code more user-friendly. So just to give you an overview of what we've been up to with our time since June of 2022, we have a steering committee for this process, which you or your predecessors helped put together. We had 17 meetings across the timeframe of the process. They were all open to the public, and they included a virtual participation option. We also had over 45 scheduled community engagement opportunities. We had many, many more informal calls or meetings. Most of these opportunities then turned into an informal call or follow-up meeting. We were still doing meetings earlier today. We've tried to make ourselves available, our team and PDS staff, to anyone who wants to schedule a call with us. And so we have done a number of conversations and heard a variety of concerns from the community that we have tried to work back into the process. In addition, Planning Commission has been with us since early 2023,
And they did a set of update meetings along the way, so where we brought them up to date about things that were going on. We also did a few of these with City Commission. And then for the last 3 or 4 months, they've done an additional set of 7 public hearing meetings where they have gone through specific sections of the draft code and shared with us their concerns and their guidance for change. In total, Planning Commission had 18 meetings, and like all Planning Commission meetings, those were open to the public, and there was a virtual participation option. Next Planning Commission meeting is anticipated to be their final meeting, and that'll be next week on the 23rd. That will be followed on the 24th by what we anticipate is the steering committee's last meeting, so we can pull together all of their information and turn it into a useful draft document for everyone to review and for City Commission to vote on. In addition, we have had over 800 comments from the community on our outreach materials. We did something that we called Meeting in a Box, and that was exploring the neighborhoods in Lawrence in terms of how they are built with respect to the land development code. And each time we completed a draft, we posted that draft to the project website and encouraged the public to comment on it. Those comments were public, and so we have taken those down and reviewed all of them. Where did we start? We started the project with the goal of establishing a framework for the Land Development Code update. So this was the code assessment in January 2023. This was shared with the community. We identified our preliminary issues and regulatory approaches that we wanted to tackle in the project. And additionally, we have 3 key topics that thread throughout the update: affordable housing, equity in land development processes, and content and sustainability. So we have circled back on all of these as we've been doing drafting across the project. So in terms of high-level plan implementation, we look to Lawrence's strategic plan. And you can see on this slide, so we've taken 5 of the key elements from the strategic plan and identified how they have played out in the land development code. So looking at efficient and effective processes, we've restructured and streamlined the land development review and approval processes. Environmental sustainability, we've spent a significant amount of time enhancing environmentally sensitive land standards and talking about what it is that needs to be protected through the land development code. Lawrence has strong welcoming neighborhoods, and so we've prioritized the creation of more housing throughout the city, and additionally spent a lot of time in the last 4 or 5 months listening to and talking to the neighborhoods within the city. We reached out to them throughout the whole process, and it's taken bringing the draft together for some of the neighborhoods to focus on their key topics that they want to share with us. Prosperity and economic security. We have in the code increased opportunities and flexibility for mixed-use neighborhoods, small business startups, large businesses staying in Lawrence. And then finally, infrastructure, asset management, and connectivity. These are supported through rolling the city's multimodal system preferences and active transportation preferences into the code. Also updating stormwater and stream protections. So just thinking long-term in terms of resilience and where the community will be in the next 15, 20 years. Some additional highlights out of Plan 2040. Our work in this project has included a lot of back and forth between looking at what Plan 2040 says and looking at where we're going with the regulations. There have been many meetings in which we have quoted the plan, we have looked to the plan for policy. Plan 2040 in terms of development provides us with our guideposts. And so when there have been questions in the steering committee or in the Planning Commission or with the public about which way to go, our fallback position is what does Plan 2040 say and what do some of the city's other adopted plans say. So in particular, we focused on Chapter 2, which has goals for natural environment and natural resources, Chapter 3, which speaks to growth and development, and Chapter 4, which speaks to neighborhoods and housing. So in our 3 key topics, affordable housing, equity, and sustainability, we wanted to highlight some new information that's in the code, some new regulations. This is something that we're going to say all along, and we've said it throughout the project. The code allows for more types of housing to be built in more locations across the city. One of the ways that we get to affordable is making it possible for smaller houses to be built, for duplexes and triplexes to be built. And as we worked with steering committee and later with the planning commission in taking the old code apart and putting it back together, housing opportunities have been a real key discussion point. Paired with that, we have shifted from an off-street minimum parking requirement to off-street maximum parking requirements with some discussion, and we'll come to that. But we have reduced the amount of parking required for residential development substantially, and eliminated the amount of off-street parking required for commercial development and industrial development. What that ends up doing is reducing the amount of land that's taken up for parking and allowing that to be used for other development types. Couple other things, 3 other things we've got here. We've added flexible residential design standards so that encourage infill and redevelopment and encourage that to take place in a way that works within the neighborhood where that infill or redevelopment is being located. We've also made some dimensional adjustments that can be applicable to projects that will provide local employee or income restricted housing. And then finally, going into that small lot development and the affordability of a smaller housing type, the code includes provisions for small lot and courtyard or kind of open space in the middle of the project development. In terms of equity across the code, when we are thinking about equity in land use, we're trying to consider how zoning in the past has been a force to keep people out of homes, keep people from starting businesses, and keep people's voices out of the process of approving development within a community. So in terms of equitable changes within the code, we have looked at reducing the site design standards that work to limit or prohibit redevelopment or reinvestment so people can stay where they are and redevelop and reinvest in their sites. We have made changes to allow more development to be approved administratively with the application of specific standards. One of the things that we want to do in kind of balancing what development gets approved is think about what development gets turned down through a very vocal outreach process or public hearing process that would otherwise be approved because it's in keeping with the comprehensive plan or it's in keeping with the strategic plan. And so we try to say, let's do some of this approval administratively with the correct standards. And then finally, by expanding where mixed-use development is allowed, this allows more locations for housing and local business startups. So trying to be responsive to parts of the community that don't normally have a large voice in the process. And finally, in sustainability, a subject that is near and dear to the hearts of many in Lawrence, we have taken the cluster development option that currently exists in the subdivision regulations for areas outside Lawrence in Douglas County and moved those into the city. So someone can reconfigure a development to save environmentally sensitive areas and move their development off, keeping the density that they would otherwise get. We've incorporated mobility and connectivity standards and safety of access into the requirements. So as new development comes online, part of the review process is how is it connected in terms of pedestrian connections and bicycle connections? Are those safe connections? Are we keeping people safe as they move around within the community? We worked closely with MSO and we've had lots of great comments from the community about updating stormwater management requirements. We have particularly been working with Planning Commission about where stream protection requirements should be set within the community. We've added steep slope and ridgeline development standards, so just to keep development in a safe place that stream buffer corridor that I just mentioned, and worked in ways to limit the impacts of development on natural resources and sensitive lands. Excuse me. Finally, we have added standards that prioritize what's called water-wise landscaping. And so that is thinking in terms of how much landscaping uses water. And I said that backwards. Thinking about how much water landscaping uses. Typically, landscaping is one of the bigger water users on a site, and coming up with ways to look at long-term water conservation and still keeping Lawrence green, and putting landscaping in site that will work. We've also carried forward the tree preservation and protection standards. So summary of the updates. In the zoning districts, I'll just read a couple of these. I know everyone has this in your packet. So we have converted some of the commercial and office districts to mixed use. Let me back up to the top because that was a big one. And we have established minimum density standards and clarified the calculation and density exemptions for some lots that will be too small to meet minimum density. So this is a fairly substantial change in Lawrence. It's going to hopefully allow development to take place at the levels that you anticipate in Plan 2040. Excuse me, we've worked through the use table, updating it to modernize uses. And we've made some adjustment to the plan development district process to limit projects that can go through plan development. Long term, it's beneficial to the community to keep development in a base zoning district that allows for more change over time. In terms of development standards, we have added those infill and redevelopment standards for projects going into existing neighborhoods. We've updated and incorporated the community design manual into the land development code. So those are not separate documents anymore. If an applicant wants to understand the design requirements that are applicable to their project, that's written into the code. We've worked through the Lawrence Bikes Plan and Pedestrian Plan, incorporated those requirements. So like I was saying, in terms of mobility, we're looking at bike mobility and pedestrian mobility. And then finally, as I said earlier, we eliminated most of the minimum parking standards, particularly for non-residential uses. We do have some exceptions in existing neighborhoods, and those have come about through a discussion process with Steering Committee and Planning Commission. And so we'll talk about those in a minute. Finally, we've made the code a little more easy to navigate, so you'll find more tables in there and more flow charts. We want people to be able to see the basics of what they need to do in the application process. And then we've also added illustrations and tables for how development is defined, or graphics, so that when staff sits down with an applicant, they have something to look at. So we set up shared expectations. The goal in making these changes is to help applicants sort of self-help to get through the code, so they don't have to spend as much time on the phone with staff trying to make sense of what's going on in the regulations, and also to help bring good and complete applications forward. One of the ways we help development move more quickly through the process is to let applicants know what they need to do and how they can get there. That way, when an application goes into the process, it can move through more quickly. Okay, so we have a list of 10 topics that the Steering Committee and the Planning Commission have been discussing. We have substantial overlap on most of these topics. We are highlighting them for you because they are changes from the way the draft code is on the website right now. So these will be potential amendments that you as City Commission consider when the code gets to you. So I'll walk through these high level, tell you what the issue is and where both groups are. We have a summary document that is in your packet, so you can read in slightly more detail. And our anticipation is that when you get the draft for your November meeting, we will have both versions written into it, highlighted as either Steering Committee or Planning Commission, so you can see in context how this language would work with what's around it. Okay, so we've had discussions about occupancy The draft code recommends a slight increase in the allowed occupancy in the city. Currently, and depending on the zoning district, the maximum occupancy is either 3 unrelated people or 4 unrelated people. We've changed that to take out the relationship aspect of it, and say the maximum occupancy for a group that is not related by blood or marriage, partnership, adoption, or fostering is 5 adults. And so that would allow more people to live in some units in the city. Steering committee agrees with leaving it at 5 and taking out the language that you've seen here. Planning Commission has also agreed to increasing the occupancy to 5 adults of any relationship. And then you'll see here that they made a change. So if you're keeping score with our schedule, Planning Commission has had the last crack at this. So they made a change to item C, eliminating that the 5 adults of any relationship could also have minor children with them. That will go back to steering committee for their meeting on October 24th. And so by the time you see this in your packet, you'll know what steering committee's final take on it was. Am I explaining this in a way that's making sense to everybody? I know it's been a long evening. Mm-hmm. Okay. In setting the minimum density, we had discussions with both Planning Commission and Steering Committee that there may be some exceptions. And after looking at a few different options for the exceptions, what both groups have come down to is that if someone is living in a single unit dwelling, in a single family detached dwelling, that's located in our 2 lower density districts, R1 or R2, and that home has been destroyed, they can rebuild a single family detached dwelling even if their minimum density would otherwise require them to put in a duplex or something else. So this is a 1-for-1 replacement exception to that minimum density. It will be applicable primarily in the R2 district, which has a minimum density of 4 units to the acre. So this is where what they both agree on. There is a bit of a language change here. Initially, it was through natural disaster, and Steering and Planning Commission extended that through if their house is destroyed for any reason except through intentional destruction. So as long as you don't, tear it down or torch it on your own, you can rebuild that single-family home. There has been more of a philosophical discussion about whether to recommend limiting the use of R1 zoning going forward. So this will be the lowest density zoning in the code, has a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet, and you can go bigger, right? So this will be 5,000 up to whatever it ends up being. And so to provide a little context for this, there is a discussion in other communities about whether or not allowing more single-family detached development is going to get the city to where they want to be in terms of development density in the future. And also whether or not that type of development is equitable in terms of the amount of land it takes up and the amount of infrastructure it takes up, so the capacity that it uses. There are passionate discussions on both sides of this. This has really turned out some conversation across the project, and both groups have agreed that there will be parts of Lawrence where R1 zoning and R1 development at that sort of low intensity scale is appropriate and is something that the community wants to see. Taking it away may be restricting some type of development that is useful to someone who wants to live there. So in balancing the range of development that can take place long-term, both Planning Commission and Steering Committee have agreed that R1 needs to stay in the code as a potential for future development. We've had a couple conversations around accessory dwelling units, ADUs. I know Lawrence has spent some time on this before the code project got going. So the two issues that have been discussed and predominantly resolved, I don't think we're going to see a lot of change here, but Steering Committee can be surprising. They can be wily. So the first one is, what's the occupancy, the number of residents that can be allowed in an ADU? And so right now, that is measured at, they cannot exceed the occupancy limit established for the principal building. So that's the 5 occupants that we were talking about earlier, or larger if they're related by blood or marriage, and 1 + 1 additional person. So Planning Commission has said they are fine with that. So that would be 5 + 1 for 6. Steering Committee, I believe, will need to come back and discuss this. They started the discussion, and my notes indicate that they weren't able to complete their discussion on this. They did complete their discussion, and so did Planning Commission, on whether or not to include accessory dwelling units for density calculation purposes. So just think back to a couple slides ago, we said most of the zoning districts have a minimum density, and the conversation around this has been, allowing an ADU to count as a unit for density purposes may add gentle density or soft density in some neighborhoods, and may encourage the creation of ADUs, which can provide housing. So in what I call I suppose it would be the Marie Antoinette, and that's going to play out wrong. So this is the have your cake and eat it too change in a positive way. ADUs will be counted as a unit for calculating a minimum density, but they will not be held against the density calculation for maximum density. We want to allow density through the creation of an ADU to happen either way, so it's going to be encouraged. I'm going to come up with a different way to express that. That sounds more positive than what I just came up with at 10:08 my time, so that'd be 11:08 your time. Okay, so this one looks a little messy, but I think I can get us through it. So we've been talking about, at Planning Commission in particular, requiring stormwater management to be built into all new parking lots and in lots that require redevelopment, and that is demolition and rebuild, not just resurfacing or restriping. And so there's been some conversation about how do we make this happen. And in our conversations with MSO, the city is going to move to adopt the Mid-America Regional Council and American Public Works Association's regional stormwater criteria. So now we're deeply into our abbreviations here. And those criteria should be set so that they resolve the issue about where parking lots are required to provide stormwater management. It will be a more comprehensive approach in the city to applying best management practices, which is what we call all the techniques that you can use for stormwater management or for stormwater mitigation, trying to keep that water on site and infiltrating. So we will take this back to both Planning Commission and Steering Committee. This is an excellent approach to this, and we'll see if there are any additions that they want to add to this conversation. We had a second stormwater, and this goes back to the stream channel protection. Planning Commission has been involved in a conversation about what happens if somebody puts something along a stream channel. You can, picture people putting rocks or riprap or something else to kind of hold the channel in place. And the way the draft was originally drafted, we were only protecting natural stream channels. So we are working with MSO to get clarification about how the city's stream channel protection process will work. And then we're going to take that information back to Planning Commission and Steering Committee on the 23rd and 24th. So we'll report back to you when we have the update from MSO and both of those groups. So coming back to landscaping, water, landscaping, and our friend noxious weeds, our non-friend noxious weeds, we have had members of the former Sustainability Advisory Board put forward a request for the code to include a noxious weed update and to have discussions around minimum natural landscaping materials requirements. So the translation on that would be that some properties, maybe residential properties, in landscaping would have to include native or natural plants as a specific category within a percentage of their landscaping. Planning and Development Services let the Planning Commission know that the noxious weed update is going to be handled through the International Property Maintenance Code, not through the Land Development Code. So that's kind of in keeping with ongoing discussions that we're having about putting the right information in the right location. So that will be tackled outside of this code, so there's no need to make a change. So in terms of the natural landscaping materials requirement, the Planning Commission has kind of come at it and picked up on a suggestion made in an earlier discussion. They want to allow a property owner to skip the requirement of providing landscaping irrigation if the site is landscaped with drought-tolerant plant materials. So that's slightly different than the minimum natural landscaping, but it does get to the watering part of it, which is what we're thinking about and talking about here. Steering committee has had this issue placed in front of them, and they wanted to review the draft of the Sustainability Advisory Board's 2022 proposed landscaping recommendations. So they'll discuss this issue at their October 24th meeting. So this will be one where we bring back final changes for your consideration and discussion. So we're on 7, I think 7 of 10, so we're working our way through here. So as I pointed out earlier, we decided to remove minimum off-street parking requirements from the code. As we've gone through a series of conversations with Planning Commission, with Steering Committee, with neighborhood representatives, with individuals in the community, really good turnout, lots of input, trying to understand how these issues work together, particularly where we might see increased development or increased density. There was a larger conversation about coming back to the code and adding back in a minimum off-street parking requirement for residential uses. And so the negotiated solution here on both bodies is to require one off-street parking space per dwelling unit for each of the different types of dwellings that could go in. So one per unit. So if I do a single family detached, 1 parking space. If I do a duplex, 2 parking spaces. So that adds up by the number of units within the structure. As a secondary conversation, Planning Commission has tackled, Steering Committee has not yet. We did propose a maximum parking requirement. So we're trying to get to a place where if parking is provided voluntarily, which it can be, so there's no requirement, but there's also no prohibition. So if I wanted to build a new big box store, right, Lizzie's Big Box Deluxe, I could still put in all the parking I want to. So the question is, if the city's not requiring parking, is there a parking maximum that we want to see? So that when I put in Lizzie's Big Box Deluxe, I don't take up 3 other lots with parking. Steering Committee does not feel that the parking maximum adds to the overall parking conversation. And so they have voted to remove the parking maximum from both the residential parking requirement and then from the overall parking requirements. Steering Committee still needs to have the discussion about maximum parking. It hasn't come up in their minimum parking discussions. To take this one step further on the next slide, there is content in the draft, and I'm sorry, I wondered if I was making a mistake here. Steering Planning Commission voted to take it away from residential only, so there will still be a maximum parking requirement. So Lizzie's Big Box Deluxe does have a maximum parking requirement, but this set of residential uses does not. So the trade is, we're going to say there is a minimum, we're going to say there isn't a maximum, and so we have provided this as a solution to residential parking. We will take this back to steering committee for further discussion and have the updated draft so you can see how that went. And finally, this one's a little complex because we have kind of mingled a couple topics. So we started out with a discussion about there's a current 9-day window to appeal an administrative site plan decision. And so the question is, should that be increased to 14 days or to 30 days? As neighbors see what has been approved in an administrative site plan and they want to protest it. What that turned into was a discussion about, well, if neighbors are protesting it at the end, that is time consuming and expensive to the potential project. Should it not be the case that they protest it or they understand about the project at the beginning, then they can have understanding that it's going on, and the 9-day appeal period can be left in place because the neighbors knew about the project from the beginning, so that 9-day appeal period doesn't come as a surprise to them. So as we've moved to disentangle this issue, we've had a clarification with Planning Commission on this September 23rd. The big issue here was single family or duplex development, right? So those are the things that people were curious about knowing if their neighbors were going to put in. Neither of these are required to go through the site plan process, so that 9-day appeal for an administrative site plan doesn't apply. Right now, in the current code and in the new code, single unit development or single family development and duplexes don't go through a site plan process, they go through a building permit process. Staff, PDS staff, provides a very minimal zoning review that goes with the building permit process. And so there's no appealability in terms of the land development code for that building permit process. So we've taken them apart. Notice is currently and will continue to be provided for all applications that go through site plan review. So the instinct to provide more upfront information about what's going through site plan, that's already happening. Those applications have notice. The other conversation about we would really like to know, some people would really like to know what their neighbors are going to put on their property is handled through building permit. So we are wrong code for that. That would need to be changes to the building code. Planning Commission decided to step away from the issue because that's not a land development code issue, and to keep the appeal window at 9 days. Steering committee has not had an opportunity to rediscuss this issue following this clarification. So this is a long conversation about not making any change, but it was an important conversation because it allowed us to clarify what processes were happening. So coming around to the end, I've mentioned some of the dates, and to give them to you in order, we anticipate a final Planning Commission review hearing based on the schedule provided earlier on by City Commission as of October 23rd. We anticipate a final steering committee meeting on the following day, October 24th. We will be doing some quick redrafting and getting information posted for your agenda in the form of a revised draft of the code. And should you decide to go through the adoption process, first reading is scheduled for November 12th. We anticipate a gap between adoption and effective date. Likely there will need to be some cleanup. It's a larger document. There will probably be some substantive changes. You may provide us guidance or instruction on what we just discussed. You may provide us guidance or instruction on something we haven't discussed. So we anticipate holding room for that and making changes per the adoption process. There will also be smaller non-substantive or Scrivener's errors like typos or terminology or cross-references that we're going to want to clean up. Sometimes through this point in time, a document can get moving pretty quickly. So our goal is to have incorporated all the edits we can until that point and then get to a clean document. We also anticipate that there should be some first round edits as of mid-2025. A new code will be great, but it will be imperfect. And you'll find after living with it for a while that there are changes you want to make. Things that we thought were going to work a certain way in Lawrence may work differently. So we want to remind everybody that adoption is just the first step in having the new code in place. It is editable through the process of going through Planning Commission and coming back up to City Commission. So one of the things that we as consultants suggest is don't try to go on forever and kind of live within the words of the code. Have it work for a while and then bring in a packet of changes and make those changes. Keeping this document up to date and working for the city is really important. Other thing that I recognize I don't have on this slide, but that will happen during post-adoption through effective date is we will make sure the community understands that that's a good time to come in and talk about any potential errors on the zoning map conversion. So the districts will convert from their existing district to the new name. And in some places, we anticipate people will say, hey, there was a mistake. So it needs to be an actual mistake, like they were miszoned in the first place, or our mapping process made a mistake. This is not an opportunity for people to come in and look for a rezoning to slide that into the process. It's just that there are so many parcels within the city that we kind of have to put, a range of error on there. There'll be something. This has happened in the past with the city staff, has handled it. We'll try to get as many of those changes picked up during that 3 or 4 month window there. If someone comes in 3 or 4 years down the road and say, ooh, there was a mistake, that's probably going to end up being a rezoning. Jeff Crick has told us it has happened once or twice in the past, and staff is able to handle a process like that. So you'll hear about it if it comes up way down the road. Okay. So that was it of the motoring through the speed up presentation. I apologize if I left anybody behind. I'm happy to back up, but I wanted to make sure that this wasn't the part that took up most of the evening.
All right. Any questions? Not seeing any. Okay. All right. I'll open it up for public comment.
It's late. Yep. Phil Engelhardt, real quick. Land Development Code, infill redevelopment, 3 forcing functions. 2 of them are denser form. Second one, occupancy. Third one, parking minimums. The 3 coupled together, if redevelopment occurs how we want it to, at the speed that we want it to, you are going to run it. My prediction, and it's not just based on hearsay and so forth, is that you're going to have more negative outcomes than you are positive. So that the cumulative result, when you look at the evolution, not only the physical evolution, but the cultural and social fabrics of existing neighborhoods will, on the balance, over 10 period, if we get the sort of denser redevelopment that we're asking for, okay, will on the balance be negative. Thanks for your attention.
Just give Kurt a minute to pull it up. This is yours, correct? Yep.
That is correct, thank you. My name is Samuel Carter, and I'm happy to be here today because in less than 4 weeks, you'll have an opportunity to vote on to promote new businesses and more affordable housing by ending minimum parking requirements mandates in Lawrence.
Try that.
Yes, thank you. So parking mandates dictate that people provide an arbitrary amount of car parking storage on their property. Well, it is arbitrary because we cannot perfectly know every person's transportation needs at every point in time, at every stage of their life. So how much parking should we force people to build? In the real world, demand for parking will be higher than the mandated amount or lower than the mandated amount, whatever number we come up with. If the mandated number is too low to match the demand for parking, then that parking mandate was irrelevant. The parking was going to be built anyway. If the mandated number is too high to match the actual demand for parking, then more parking is being built than actually needed. This causes harms such as less affordable housing, more urban sprawl. And I could talk all night about the harms, but principally in every case of government overreach, it is fundamentally wasteful. So what about parking mandates are irrelevant? Here are 3 examples. Honolulu, tremendous development pressure. They can't stop people from building parking. Austin got rid of their parking mandates over 10 years ago. Developers still build parking. Buffalo ended their parking mandates 7 years ago. Researchers found that for residential developments, the number of parking spaces actually increased after they repealed their parking mandates. Developers will still build parking. But let's take us back to Kansas. Your average renter or buyer in Kansas is highly likely to own a car. Developers know this. They have an economic incentive to attract and retain those buyers and tenants. But you don't have to take just my word for it. We could contact any of the over 50 towns in Kansas, and cities that have ended minimum parking mandates for their city centers or business districts and ask them what happened. So what are people saying about parking mandates? This first quote I think is most important. The director of city planning in Minneapolis said that no single piece of legislative action did more to contribute to housing creation than elimination of parking minimums. So let's bring it back. What numbers of mandates should we decide? I would offer that none of us know for sure, but the people who are in the best position to decide are the people who own and operate their own property. Let's take an example, assisted living facilities in the proposed code. The proposal is one spot per assisted living unit plus 1 employee on the largest shift. The code doesn't define assisted living unit, and well, what if shifts change? If we assume this provision is similar to the others, this would likely cause a harm. A lot of asphalt will rarely be used.
Time.
Samuel, that's time. Thank you. We have your slides.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so we finally got to the thing that I actually came here to comment on. And my basic comment is this is a very big, very complicated, very dense piece of legislation. And you are going to be voting on something that's probably more complicated than comes through the state legislature, except every couple decades. This is full of details. I know that there have been court cases over just wordings and punctuations. It's going to be, well, it's just big. It's big and dense. And my recommendation, I just had a couple of things. I haven't read the most recent revision, but there are a lot of things in there that confused me. I didn't see where what the justification for things were. Our presenter just talked about steep slope and ridgeline development, and there's a section in there that supposedly wants to encourage creativity in development, but then bans virtually every type of retaining wall. But in the glossary, there's no definition of what a retaining wall is. The glossary does have a page and a half of human sexual practices, but that's, I suppose that's just to try to get people to read it. What I am suggesting here is that when you come to pass this, that it's already broken down into chapters, and you already heard about parking, is you break it down into chapters, and adopt it one chapter at a time, which gives everybody a final chance to read it and see what the real impact is. Because, for example, the ban on retaining walls effectively bans a lot of landscape architecture. But when I read it, at least the previous revision, it only applies to lots that have a slope of greater than 15%. But it's never defined what 15%, is that one part of the lot? Is it any place on the lot has a slope of 15%, or is it from one edge of the lot to the other edge of the lot is 15%? It also says that the city engineer can determine if it's a high erosion. There are a lot of details. My time is up. I just suggest to you that you give sufficient time and make it chapter by chapter.
Sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michael Allman, 66044. I propose that you extend the review process by 2 years to do justice to formulating a well-reasoned development code. I have 3 reasons for saying this: process, thoroughness, and content. Process. It's a flawed process that the ad hoc steering committee would make a recommendation directly to the city commission. There's no statutory foundation for taking this unorthodox approach. There was no consensus on the steering committee either, only acquiescence to the strongest voices in the room. The steering committee should make its recommendation to the Planning Commission, the official text amendment agent, who then should make its recommendations to you. Thoroughness. Neither the steering committee nor the Planning Commission have had adequate time to thoroughly evaluate the complexities and consequences of a totally new development code. Like the Plan 2040 Steering Committee timeframe that expanded from 2 years to 5 years, the past 2 years for the development code is not enough. I'm willing to continue my duties on the steering committee for another 2 years. Content. And most importantly, for much of the development code content, we've only scratched the surface. The parking restrictions are a Byzantine jumble of ideas. The accountability of vastly expanded administrative determinations lacks transparency and clear appeal procedures. And the inclusion of large lot, virtually homogeneous single-family R1 zoning with no lot limit on lot size smacks of an exclusionary zoning, runs counter to the goal of density, would sprawl wastefully into farmland, and would unnecessarily inflate the cost of ownership of infrastructure and our taxes. Please extend the term of the steering committee for 2 years and instruct them to make its recommendations to the Planning Commission. Thank you very much.
Well, I almost can say good morning, but not quite. Anyway, I'm Pam Burkett, and I live in University Place, 66044, and I am reading the comments from Andy Enfield, who's been participating a little bit more, and I've joined it a little bit later. So I'm going to read Mandy's comments. I took my first pass at the Land Development Code draft with the June 2023 document and didn't find anything concerning. A few weeks later, I pulled up the July 2023 draft and saw that R2 zones would allow duplexes, ADUs, attached and detached dwellings, up to 8 units, which isn't my point. What I want you to know is that the first draft document that even somewhat resembles what we have now was not available until July last year, and a majority relevant pieces of the code were constantly changing. We just got a completed building standards table for R2 added to the document last month, and after months of asking, we only learned how density would be calculated in mid-September. We have been engaging with a moving target. You just received a presentation emphasizing extensive engagement opportunities beginning in June of 2022. That's a year before the actual code content was available to the public. From that list, 12 steering committee meetings took place following the release of the July 2023 draft. The public is not allowed to speak at these, quote, engagement opportunities, unquote. Of the 45 plus other community engagement opportunities presented, there were just 2 series of open houses that included the somewhat complete document. Each neighborhood was also, after a lot of advocacy, allowed a meeting with the consultants and staff. My primary goal for University Place one-on-one meeting was to learn how the code could be implemented on a specific lot in our neighborhood. I never got that information. Of the 18 Planning Commission meetings, several covered residential zoning. There, citizens are allowed 3 minutes to speak, but no opportunity for questions. Residents can only email questions and hope they are addressed. Even though the Planning Commission worked hard to thoroughly cover all the code by the end of September, the document and processes have been difficult to engage with and many questions are still unanswered. Neighborhoods and individuals had to be relentless in order to get any amount of information and understanding that can only happen over email, not in the engagement sessions or meetings. Because of this, I ask that you give the emailed community feedback in your agenda packet a great deal of attention and consideration. This is where our voices are. They are not represented in the presentation or the engagement session data. The vast majority of the 278 pages of citizens' emails are about the massive increase in occupancy and density
That's time, Amber.
Parking issues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's surprising. Once again, we're hearing about how engagement is not happening and how the citizens are not being heard. Somebody left their glasses up here. You guys need to pay attention to what people are saying when they're talking about the engagement not happening and voices not being heard. Because you guys have a problem with the language I use up here at this dais sometimes. And the reason that language has come out because of citizens not being heard. Not being heard. Bringing big-ass poster boards of violence in here, and you don't hear it, you don't see it, you don't recognize it. They're all telling you that the engagement sessions, they're not being heard. And you have a problem with citizens frustrated because they're not being heard. And so they get so frustrated that they say fuck every now and then. And that's a problem for you. And then the newspaper writes articles about how we've cut, a couple guys saying fuck every now and then have cost $4 billion in economic development to the city. That's the price of our few fucks. $5 million a fuck. But the people don't get heard. But you have a problem with the language that comes out of our mouth. It's not just me that's not being heard. You're hearing it from across, like what, how many topics tonight? You heard it on the City Hall moving, you heard it on, right? It's been a long freaking meeting, guys, but you heard it on every topic. That you're not hearing the citizens, that the citizens are not being heard by these knuckleheads over here. And it's up to you guys to change something about that. You know why somebody doesn't get harsh words from me? Somebody up on that dais has never gotten a harsh word from me? Because they've never disrespected the public.
All right. Sherry on Zoom.
Mike Delaney. Mike Delaney.
Hi, my name is Mike Delaney. I live in the Oriad neighborhood. I'm the president of the Lawrence Preservation Alliance, and I'm one of the authors in any event of the letter that we sent to you last week. here tonight to ask is, it really is not to change anything in the draft land development code. It's to take some other actions sort of along with your decision-making regarding the land development code to ensure that some of the commitments that the city has made in Plan 2040 to preserve and enhance the character elements of existing neighborhoods by maintaining historic structures and elements to help conserve the unique aspects of the neighborhoods as well as the whole community, and to identify, evaluate, designate, and preserve our community's historic resources by, in part, by continuing to locate and survey properties, isn't lost. That those objectives are not lost when the new land development code goes into effect, and some of the redevelopment incentives that are in there, the ability to put duplexes on any property, the ability to add additional people in each side of the duplex, and the need, or the no longer having a need to provide the parking. When those things take place in neighborhoods that are close to the university, there is going to be a lot of pressure to demolish older homes in order to create space to use for density purposes. And those are going to happen in neighborhoods, in many neighborhoods that haven't been surveyed, but they're likely to occur first in the University Place neighborhood, where the city is now spending money to conduct a survey to determine whether or not there are historic properties there that are worthy of being preserved. And so we're asking, the LPA is asking the City Commission to do three things. One is to ask the Historic Resources Commission for its input on, not on changes to the land development code, but on changes to the other codes, the building codes that govern demolitions, that may help to ameliorate some of the potential damage to historic properties, to direct the city staff to foster a dialogue between staff, the city's consultant, and the HRC, so that they can provide meaningful recommendations about that. And lastly,
Sorry, Mike, that's time. It's getting late.
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I share some of the same concerns I guess Michael Allman brought up earlier about R1 zoning. So maybe look at that a little bit closer. Also, I'm okay with the minimum parking changes that were presented. I'm not sure I'm on board with maximum parking, or like a parking maximum, but I'm okay with doing making changes to the minimum requirements. I don't know if this is if this is part of the code, but I don't think you should make people mow their yards and like I like the idea of letting people plant more types of plants, I guess, in their yards, and the drought resistant stuff. I like that, but I don't think we should make people mow their yards, because in nature, yards, like the vegetation's not getting mowed out in nature. So I think if someone doesn't want to mow their yard, they should be allowed not to. Also, I like the changes of allowing more than 3 unrelated people to live together. I think you could do a little bit more. Maybe count like a couple, like could 4 couples live together, like 4 married people? I think they should. Technically it would be 8, but it'd be like 4 couples, you know? So could there be some more leeway when it comes to like a married couple, like counting them as one if they occupy 1 bedroom of a house? So I just want to throw that out there. And that's pretty much all I have. Thank you.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay, bringing it back to us for any further discussion.
A couple things I wanted to say. One, of course, has been a lot of meetings. been lots of meetings, and I will say we did, let at the steering committee the public could comment. Michael Ullman actually commented a lot before he got put on the steering committee, and then as a member of the public. But we did allow that. But I would say also that the Planning Commission did go chapter by chapter, and that's why they had so many meetings, that they had, folks had chance at each of those Planning Commission meetings to go chapter by chapter. So that's the approach they took, as one of the speakers suggested. I am in commission items going to bring up a request to you guys to put on a future agenda the HRC recommendation to put a hold on University Place demolitions while the study is going on. That's what Mike Delaney was talking about. The HRC has forwarded that to us, and I think that's important for University Place. We'll also talk about something related to the golf courses in town. Another big issue that is going to push us towards, and I know we're already working on some, is a parking permit system. And we had some discussions about parking minimums, but there's going to be probably even stronger pushes for a parking permit system. I will say that the effective date of this code is April 1st, so that's the earliest someone could put in for application to tear down and to build a duplex. Most of these concerns are in the neighborhoods by the university where students live. So if you put in your application in April, maybe by June you have the chance to start building a duplex. Well, you're not going to do that during one school year, right? It's going to take you 6-7 months. So we probably have about a year from April to have a parking permit system in place. A year really from August by the time the students come back. So I know parking is working on that, but I think we want to continue to work on that. But I also think it's important for the developers to know that we might have a parking permit system in some neighborhoods. And they need to take that into account. As Stephen Carter was talking about, developers take into account what parking they want. But if we're going to be talking about parking permit system, they need to know that. I would say a couple other things real quick. One, the Planning Commission has done a great job, I think, of going through these documents. They've made lots of changes, lots of small changes, lots of explanation changes. I know they've kept Elizabeth very busy with some of those changes, but they're good changes, and so I appreciate their work on that. They are the ones who are going to present to us the document in which we have to vote on. And since it comes from them, if we want to change it, I think we need 4 votes as opposed to 3. The steering committee might have some recommendations, but those will be alongside, but not not over what the Planning Commission does. But at the moment, you saw those 10 issues. My guess is by the time steering committee's done, we're talking 1 or 2 issues that the steering committee and the Planning Commission disagree on. I think there'll be very few of those once the steering committee takes them up after the Planning Commission takes the final vote. And I think I had one more thing I was going to say. Again, I think that very last part is important. Effective date is going to be, April 1st of 2025. If we pass this in November, right, people are going to start using it. There's a lot of developers out there who don't want to open the final, until the code's final. Why look at it? There's a lot of neighborhoods who aren't looking at it until that final code is done. But once it's done and we pass it, whatever we pass in November, then people will start using it and they'll start seeing, oh, well, this paragraph doesn't make sense. Or, that is what Elizabeth's talking about letting a code get out there, working with it, and then bringing back a series of changes that we find during that process. So to me, waiting for a perfect document to pass is not the goal. The goal is to get a document in place that we can then work with and then make changes by the time of the effective date. And then even after the effective date, we will continue to make changes. So anyway, those are just some thoughts I have, and I look forward to the more discussion on it in November.
Any additional questions or discussion? I think Commissioner Finkel and I covered a couple of mine with the university place and also the golf course. So, all right, I'm looking this direction. Vice Mayor, you good? Okay. All right, I think it was our action was just to receive and provide feedback, and I don't know if we have any additional feedback, or do we? Okay.
No, I've shared directly with Commissioner Finkel.
Okay, gotcha. So look forward to the November document, and I know that planning and steering are working on it. So, Sherry, do you need anything specific from us?
Nope, just to let you know it's after 11, so
Okay.
the meeting adjourns unless you vote to extend it.
All right, what do you think?
I think we've talked about extending it. One, I have a couple commission items I want to take up, and two, we've talked about extending it for public comment.
Yeah,
So
I'm all right to stay a little bit longer.
Okay, so if you want to get through the rest of the agenda.
Yes. Unless there is, I mean, I'm
good at it. Just,
okay. All right, power through it.
So do we need to make a motion for a time limit?
We do.
10 minutes.
You can do for a certain amount of
Yeah.
time or to, yeah.
I don't know how many people are staying, but move to extend the meeting for 15 minutes for the start.
Second.
If we have to extend it again, we will.
Yeah. We have a first and a second to extend the meeting. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
All right, passes forward in the affirmative, one in the negative. All right, commission items.
As I mentioned, one, I'd like to put on a future agenda there in November, this request from HRC. I think they've adopted the letter that will officially be coming to us, but to adopt a moratorium on demolition in the University Place neighborhood until the completion of the study, of the historic study. I think there's another neighborhood too, maybe. The two studies, I think there's two. But anyway, it's coming to us. If we can put that on a future agenda.
Okay. I'm
Anyone
fine with
think-
that.
There's also a petition that's a request from, that was in our packet from the Albemarle Neighborhood Association, who would like us to consider rezoning all of the golf courses in town to open space. And there's a lot to that, but I'd like to go ahead and put it on the agenda, at least talk about.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
Okay?
I see you, so,
In November.
I did.
There were four nods.
okay,
Four
just want to make
nods on
sure
that.
on both items.
Yeah,
Correct? Okay,
I know there were
thank
three
General
on.
consensus was met.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Mine too. Thank you.
It's nice.
And item 2, oh, I'm sorry, any additional commission items before I move on?
All right, now.
Not seeing any. All right, item 2, future agenda items, anything on that? Okay, I'm not seeing anything. I'll move us on to the city manager's report.
Thanks, Mayor. There's 4 items on this. Most of these are follow-up or questions you all have asked or curiosities. The opioid settlement fund usage that's come up for a while. We're giving you an update on that. The EPA, that's a follow-up on a report that we had previously. And the common consumption area was something that was kind of studied and looked at. We gave you an update on some of the conversations that we've had, but we're really kind of not sensing a strong movement that we should initiate or do much with that. So we're letting you all know that if you have a different direction, certainly we can pick it back up. But that's all I have.
Okay. Any questions for Craig regarding a city manager's report, the items on it?
Craig, I had a question on the opioid settlement usage. I didn't see in the chief's report. I would like to, I know it's wanting to disperse all the money, but just some follow-up on reporting out, because there really wasn't any budgets laid out there of what funds would be used. There was very narrative, which based on the narratives, I don't have any concerns with, but I would like to see some reporting on how that fund, what was the return on investment on those dollars, so.
Okay.
Any additional questions? Not seeing any, unless you had some, Commissioner. Okay. All right, I'll open it up to public comment.
On the city manager's report.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
city manager's report, yes.
Yeah, the person gave me this sign tonight. I didn't make these. People gave me these signs. These are things they wanted said in here. I didn't make these. They want him gone, okay? They said no to the new city hall, yes to a new city manager. We've already heard evidence of him lying to you guys, or them not giving you complete detailed information, shaping narratives the way they want them to be so that you'll vote the way they want you to vote. Problems.
Good evening, Marcy Francisco, 1101 Ohio, and I'm back with a issue that I had first written to you about in November of 2021. So there's been no progress on this. I thought that the Land Development Code might address it, but I do not see that being the case. So I'm just asking.
Marcy, is this a city manager report item, or is this general public
I thought
comment?
it was public comment.
No, it's not public comment yet. So
1 second.
1 second, we'll be there.
I missed that. I thought that it was public comment.
This is only on the city manager's report. So, all right. There's nothing else here in the room. I guess on Zoom.
No, Mayor.
All right. I'll bring it back to.
Wait, I'm sorry. Just 1 second, sorry.
I'm trying to raise my hand. I can't figure it.
Oh, were you wishing to provide public comment on the city manager's report?
No.
Yes.
Okay, Brett Hartford.
Okay.
Hey, guys. Just simply wanted to say that Homeless Resource Center is very excited to be a part of the opioid response as part of the city's response to that. Grateful to partner with you all. Thank you for staying up so late to discuss these things. And again, just wanted to say I'm here and thankful to be a part of the process that you guys are working on.
Okay. Thank you.
That's all the comments.
All right. Okay. Item I, commission calendar.
Looks good.
All right. Commissioner Sellers?
Yeah, we'll have to circle back to it. Where I'm looking at for City Summit, depending on flights and all of that, I may or may not be here for the meeting on the 12th.
Okay.
For which meeting, 12th?
November 12th.
November 12th? Okay.
Yeah.
I know that's still up in the air given the.
Right, I just thought we should maybe highlight that.
Okay.
It's a if or, and so depending on flights or whatnot, I may be able to participate virtually, I may not.
Okay.
It's development code, I won't be here.
I know, but I'm not going to be here on the 5th, so.
Okay. All right. Anything else? I'm not seeing anything. All right. Item J, live broadcast ends. So I'm going to give it a beat in case anybody wants to leave the room.